on Forever Sports. Australia versus New Zealand, the first Bledisloe Cup match of the year. And the Bledisloe Cup is always a brilliant encounter because it's one of the few matches where, regardless of form, teams pick themselves up. And it'll be interesting to see exactly sort of the performance we see from Australia this weekend. It is also the second last game of the Rugby Championship. So the Rugby Championship will be decided this weekend. And the big thing is, how can you watch all the action live and in HD, preferably, for free? Now, before we show you exactly how to do that, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Now, if you're in Australia, you can watch for free on Stan Sport because they do offer a 7-day free trial. If you're outside Australia, you can still use that 7-day free trial, but you'll have to use something called a VPN, which is a virtual private network, and basically that geolocates your device to make it seem as if you are somewhere else, in this case, Australia. So we recommend using Bitdefender. They're one of our channel partners, and the reason we partner with them is because they have world-leading cybersecurity as well as a really good VPN. So link in the description. Go and get yourself Bitdefender. Go and install. And as you can see, at the moment, my connection is secured. I'm currently on a connection with Australia. So over there, you can go and select all the different locations, stuff like that. We are currently connected to Australia. And then I've got a Stan Sport free trial, and I'm currently watching Wimbledon. How easy is that? It is literally that easy. You get yourself a VPN, you connect to Australia, and you can then go to Stan Sport and sign up for a free trial and watch all the sports. You can use this method to watch Argentina versus the Springboks as well, and a lot of people have been using this method to watch the entire Rugby Championship. And you can even probably use this method to watch some of the World Cup as well. So it is literally as easy as that. There's the link in the description and entire guide in the description, so step-by-step what you need. If you have any questions, put them in the comments below. Apart from that, smash a like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. For today's preview, Australia versus New Zealand, the Bledisloe Cup, ladies and gentlemen. One of the most exciting sort of internal cups in the world. Probably one of the biggest, if not the biggest. And it's a lot of fun to see how Bledisloe Cups go. Because if there's one game, I always say, I've been saying it for however long we've been doing this. There's one game, one sort of cup or tournament, mini tournament, that Australia always managed to make interesting. It is the Bledisloe Cup, despite the fact that they haven't won it in a long, long time, to be honest. I think they last held the Bledisloe Cup, I think we're talking about 2002, about 20 years ago, 21 years ago. So it has been incredibly dominant. However, if you look at some of the results, it is the game, especially the Australian leg, where Australia off pitch out. If you look at last year, for example, I think they lost by just 2 points before then getting absolutely hammered the week after that. Similarly, the year before, they lost by, I think it was 15 points and then got hammered in New Zealand. So the New Zealand games are not usually very close. But when they actually happen in Australia, they're often pretty close. And it is in Australia this weekend. It is in Melbourne at the MCG, the Melbourne Cricket Ground. So, you know, it could be record attendances, could be a very big crowd. I know they are still trying to sell tickets, but it should be a lot of fun. Now, before we look at the two sides, an incredibly interesting side for Australia and a very solid side. Well, a lot of continuity with the side from Ian Foster for the New Zealanders. Let's please do smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well, and let's have a look at them, shall we? So we'll start with the home side, which is Australia. I don't think too many people would have predicted this side. A couple of very big calls in very important positions, and a lot of that is James Slipper, the captain, being relegated down to the bench, with Tenea Tupou, who will make his return to Australian colours for this year, off the bench as well. So very much a powerful two props coming later in the game. As a result, Alan Alato will captain the side. He'll start at tight head. He's got Angus Bell on the other side of the scrum. David Parecki does continue to start in the middle of those two. Nick Frost, Will Skelton reignite, or their sort of lock combination. We saw that against the Springboks before Nick Frost was dropped, but he is back into the starting lineup. And Jed Holloway does keep his spot, but young Tom Hooper has recovered from injury and he will start in the number 7 jersey. No Michael Hooper just yet. He's still silent with injury. Rob Valentini continues in the number 8. Now, this is where it's been very brave. Our all-new halfback pairing of Tate McDermott and Carter Gordon. Eddie Jones throwing caution to the wind and backing the young scrum half and fly half to just do something, I suppose. And I think it's a little bit of show us what you got. You know, at the end of the day, you know, if you want to be a top player, you want to, you know, bench a Nick White and a Craig Cooper, you've got to really show us what you've got. You've got to really show us you've got the mettle to put pressure on these sort of standout players. And what better opportunity to do that than the current form team? New Zealand are very much the form team of the world right now. Arguably Ireland as well, but obviously they haven't played quite in a few months. And New Zealand have looked very good in not only the last two matches, but actually in the last sort of 10 months. Last year they started to build quite nicely. This year they've very much looked back to their best. Elsewhere, for Betty, Mark Nawakanikanaswe, he does continue there. Was a very, very good performance from him last weekend with that, or 2 weekends ago with that intercept try. Simon Karevi, Jordan Bataya are the centre combination. So no Len Ikatau, and as a result, Bataya will get an opportunity to stay claim, and a new full-back in Andrew Kellaway as well, who comes into the side and does start. No Tom Wright. He's actually dropped out of the squad completely. Then off the bench, Jordan Ulesi, James Slipper, Tanea Tupou will try and sort of nullify the impact that Samasani Takawau, for example, coming off the bench for the All Blacks. So trying to nullify the impact they're going to have. And Richie Arnold drops down to the bench. Rob Liotta is still there. And then Nick White, Pete Salmon, which I think for me is a bit of a bizarre selection. But Nick White, Craig Cooper, and Isaiah Perezi are the back line replacements. So Nick White, Craig Cooper will look to bring their experience on later in the match. We look at the New Zealand side. It's always a bit boring in that it's pretty predictable in that every single decision has been quite a simple. We stuck with our same team. There's an injury, therefore he comes in, and there's a return from injury, therefore he comes in. Type of situation, or certain players who have not been available are now suddenly available and come back into the side. So in the front row, Ethan de Groot, Cody Taylor, Tyrrell Lomax continue their front row partnership, as do Brody Metallic and Scott Barrett in the second row with their lock partnership. So it is the same tight five that did beat the Springboks. In fact, there is only one change to the pack that sees Dalton Papali'i come in for the injured Sam Cane. Shannon Brazil starts off a very good game against the Boks, and Artie Sevilla will captain New Zealand on the day. Aaron Smith, Richie Mwanga are the halfback pairing. Bowden Barrett, Geordie Barrett continue in their 12 and 15 roles. Mark Taylor will join the two wings. Rico Awani will continue to sort of hone in his partnership with Geordie Barrett as well. Then off the bench, Samasoni Takawau, Ofa Tuongafasi, and Nepo Lualala. Very good replacement front row that the All Blacks do have. The big Sam Whitelock is back from injury and will come off. Will make his return to the All Black colours this year. Off the bench, they've got Luke Jacobson who comes to the bench as well as Dalton Papali'i moving into the starting lineup. So Luke Jacobson moves onto the bench. Cam Roygott is set to make his debut for the All Blacks, the young halfback. Then you've got Anton Leonard-Brown, who is back after suspension. He comes into the side and will look to put pressure on both those sort of centres and really try and sort of stay claim to start there potentially. Caleb Clark continues to wear the number 23 jersey, which in itself is quite an interesting decision. Kickoff is about 12 o'clock. South Africa time against 11:45. And as I said, it is at the MCG. So it should be a really cool game. It's a very cool venue. It is the largest trophy in the world. And then the return fixture will be next weekend. At the end of the day, Australia looking at 2 from 2. Looking at 3 for 3 losses. So they need to show something, don't they? At the end of the day, they haven't really shown much to sort of warrant any sort of hype about them potentially doing well in the World Cup so far. This is a big opportunity for them. At the end of the day, Eddie Jones has basically said that the New Zealand economy could be impacted if they were to lose this weekend. And it's played a bit of mind games out there, so it should be quite a fun occasion. I will be live for it. Come and join me on Saturday. Please do smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen, and I'll chat to you soon.
When you first saw Carter up close personal with April, did you think that he was likely to play a rugby championship match?
Yeah, 100%, mate.
What was it that really stood out?
Well, to me, if you look back at players past grade 10s, he's got a bit of a mixture of Butch James defensively, he's a tough kid. And then he's got that little bit of a glide that Larkham had. He can take the ball at pace. He's got a good short passing game, and he's got a good long passing game.
And you've got Tate McDermott inside, another young guy. What was the thinking about having those two there?
Well, we want to play at pace, which, I know New Zealand think they've got a mortgage on it, but as I said, other teams can play at pace. And we feel that it's a good time to play Tate and Carter together.
And someone who does have a lot of pace, Fraser McBride, he's not there. Tom Hooper is. Talk us through that selection.
We just feel it's a battle at the breakdown. You know, we didn't get enough pressure on the Argentinian ruck last week, and we feel that Tom can do that job for us.
Hi, Coach. You were in an interesting position of coaching another team against the All Blacks last year. Is any of what you learned in that game relevant for this one?
My history against the All Blacks, against New Zealand's important. That it's always the biggest game, mate. It's the best in it. You're playing against the best in the world. And when you're playing against them, not many people think you can win. So that's the opportunity for us.
Do you think you're the one team in the world, though, that can match this All Black team with talent, with skill, with pace?
We never think we're the one team in the world. You know, we're an Australian team, we're developing, we're moving along a pathway, but can we put the Kiwis under pressure on Saturday? Yes, and a lot of pressure. And maybe they're going to get a bit of a surprise. Because, yeah, you can see the way you're sitting here, you think, what is this bloke talking about? How can that Australian team take on New Zealand? You know, we've been fantastic the first two games, and you have been, mate. So you've been really fantastic. So you haven't changed, you're still fans with keyboards, right? So nothing's changed.
But I still think Kiwis fear the Wallabies to a certain degree because...
Or to a certain degree, you know, you always put a claimer on it. So we're ready to go, mate, and we'll see what happens.
Andrew Callaway and Jordy Pateo haven't played much rugby this year, but what have you seen from them that gives you confidence they can go the distance? So it's just a training?
Yeah, no, they've done their rehab really well. And again, you know, this is this two-tiered plan we've got to have. We've got to start giving players who are going to feature in our World Cup opportunity to play. They've done all the work, they've trained well. Can't fault the dedication of the players, really good. And you know, we're ready for a really good performance. And what a better occasion. 85,000 people, I reckon. 85,000 people. Come to watch the Kiwis play. Come to watch the Kiwis play. We're so excited about it. We'll all play our little bit.
Did you always see Jordan as an outside centre, or was he the last little part that hasn't played a lot?
Well, I remember seeing him in 2019. You know, Czech pulled him out of nowhere and he played in that quarter-final. And he did a couple of electric things. And, you know, he's been in and out, had a fair bit of injury concern, but he trained yesterday with some power and pace. And, you know, he's going to be a great player for us.
In 2019, I think you, in that England setting, you picked finishing 15, almost, you know, equally with starting 15. Was that a similar theory here? Have you looked for a bench strategy? There's a lot of people, you know, Arnold back on the bench is a good strategy.
Yeah, well, you got to get out of the gates against New Zealand. You know, so we picked a young team. Yeah, I don't think I've ever picked a younger test team. I think we've got 290 caps and starting 15. Marty doesn't know. He's not good on maths, Marty. I think we're about it's a very young team. 290 caps. The All Blacks would have, I'd say, close to 1,000. So we've got a young team out there ready to take them on. Not much past history. Just ready to play, and we want to play Australian rugby. And then we've got a very experienced bench, you know, guys like Slipper and Nick and Quaid come on, and it'll be a different role for them. It'll be an interesting finish to the game.
Is that no past history a factor in your thinking this?
One of the things, yeah, definitely.
The All Blacks are at full strength bar Sam Cane.
Fantastic, mate.
What do you make of that?
Really good. You only want to play against the best.
No B team from New Zealand.
No.
Eddie, Alan, an easy decision as captain this week, and I guess how close was he to being among those original co-captains?
Oh, we don't have to worry about that, mate. All we have to worry about this week, and he's led the team really well. He's got great support from Tate, great support from Nick, great support from James, and again, it's another development of the team. You know, we need to have 3 or 4 guys who can captain the team. You know, as New Zealand this week are missing their captain, so they've got a new captain. And I think that's, you know, if you look at the way rugby is at the moment, you've got to be adaptable in that area. You know, I heard someone saying this is our 3rd centre pairing, but this is the first time Patea's been injured. Karevi's coming back from a long-term injury. So, you know, is this our best centre combination this week?
Alan, what's the energy been like from those young fellas
No, fresh energy. fresh energy, but really good, man. Yeah, the vibe's been really good. Yeah, last week and especially this week as well. Like the energy at training's been awesome, man. You know, so that belief is there. The group's connected. You know, we're just slowly dialing up that excitement. You know, got to walk around MCG yesterday and have a look at the stadium and picture what it'll look like with 85,000 people. That's going to be amazing, man. You know, so the boys can't wait.
Is that excitement the same for every test as a Wallaby, or does it intensify when you play the All Blacks?
Well, I think it just depends. Like I think the environment of the stadium, understanding, you know, the boys are throwing out numbers of the tickets sold already, and that brings excitement. Understanding it's our last home game in front of our fans, you know, wanting to put on a performance for them. Yeah, that's what excites us, you know, to be able to put on the gold jersey in front of thousands of people here at Melbourne. Yeah, that's what is exciting, you know, about Saturday.
And Alan, you got to captain the Wallabies last year in Europe, but getting to lead them here in Australia, is that more exciting for you, or just how special is that?
I think every occasion to lead your country is special, you know, and I never really think about it for a personal milestone. It's just what I need to do for the team, you know, and I think we've been building greatly over the last few days, you know, and what we want to see is we want to see the way that we've trained just translate to Saturday, you know, and the way as leaders, that's our job, to help the boys be composed in that manner, but also to help them, you know, bring their best for Saturday. So we prepared really well, and like I said, but the boys are keen.
Alan, last year you've had a New Zealander as the head coach. Probably a different dynamic in the Bledisloe week when you put an Australian as the Wallabies head coach. Is there a different feel around that?
No, I wouldn't say there's a different feel. I think we're just at different stages now. Like, we've really focused on us throughout this week. We know what the All Blacks are going to bring, but our focus the last few days has solely been on us. You know, we've had some critical conversations. We've applied that straight away, you know, and we've applied that at training, and I think that's the best form of preparation for us. So that's where my focus has been, you know, throughout this week and leading into Saturday.
Can you just tell us a bit about Tom Hooper, probably involved in the chats when he played 70 against the Chiefs in that semi-final? What does he bring to that role? It's not a role that he plays very often.
Yeah, he's a big boy, you know, but someone that works hard. You know, he works hard. He's got a big engine. You know, he's always willing to learn. He's always out there doing his extras. He's always in the coach's pocket asking for questions. But mate, he's always trying to get better. You know, and that's a perfect attribute to have as a young man who strives to be the best. You know, so. Yeah, he's just a bit unlucky in South Africa with his injury, but he gets another opportunity, you know, and he's been training really well, so keen to see him rip in.
Eddie, with Michael Hooper obviously still in,
Yeah.
is this a chance for you to look at that bigger seven model? Is that part of the thinking?
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, I think the best game I saw from Australian Seven was Tom against the Chiefs. You know, the Chiefs are obviously a very good team in Super Rugby, and he's the way he competed hard at the breakdown against those guys was first class. And, you know, he can do a job for us on Saturday as well.
Is Pete Summers still in your thinking?
Yeah.
Let him go out of this squad,
Yeah.
but he played that role in this game last
Yeah,
year.
yeah.
Coach, do you have much of a relationship with Ian Foster? Do you guys catch up and hang out or anything?
Yeah, don't mind having a glass of red with him.
Yeah.
Good man.
What have you made of his experience over the last few years? It's been pretty up and down.
Well, I think, as I said at the time, I really felt for him. You know, you had a board that reacted to media pressure in the appointment of a coaching job. You know, he could go on and produce one of the greatest All Black teams. You know, and then his fate's already sealed. And I think that's why we've seen a different approach from New Zealand this year. You know, normally in a World Cup year, they're very measured in their build-up, you know, and they want to peak at the World Cup. But I think because of the situation, maybe they've taken a different approach. And I've never seen a New Zealand team come out in the Rugby Championship, you know, ready to go straight away, fly in. You know, and we've seen that in the first two games. You know, probably the first 40 minutes they've played have been some of the best rugby we've seen for a while. So, and maybe that's got to do with the coach appointment, because I know the players, you know, value him greatly as a coach, and we all know he's a good rugby man. So they're playing with a lot of passion and a lot of drive and a lot of direction. And so it's, you know, for us it's the ultimate test.
Is it a nothing to lose attitude, do you think?
I think a little bit, it might be a little bit of that, mate. Yeah, that let's show them what we've got. You know, let's not hold back, whereas before it's been maybe we just want to get the World Cup and do it. And, you know, that approach can be highly successful, and it also has its disadvantages.
And Alan, just on that, congratulations with Kevin, but how important is it to meet that fast start by the All Blacks for you guys?
Yeah, we're well aware of that. You know, we understand that our team, like, we've got to start fast too. You know, and preparing for different scenarios that may happen. You know, so we applied that at training this week, and across the group, yeah, we're well aware of that.
Any last couple of things, Phil?
Eddie, you talked about returning Australian rugby to its traditional structure, while allowing players to express themselves when the opportunity arises. Just in your selection of Marky Mark on the wing, does he almost typify that approach, and especially considering the plays he made against Argentina last week?
Yeah, well, I think that's always been the strength of Australian rugby. You know, when we've had a good, tough forward pack, been able to take it to the Kiwis physically, and then had a back line that's a bit inventive. You know, that's always been our point of difference. And we need World Rugby to have teams with points of difference, you know. And that's what we're trying to create here in the team, a team with a point of difference that plays an Australian way. And there's nothing better than Australian rugby taking on New Zealand rugby. You know, because the New Zealanders all think they're better than us. You know, they always have. And so we get an opportunity.
Was your mindset always going to be, and your team selection always going to be this way, even though you've lost the first two? Always throw everything throw the sink at the All Blacks?
Well, we always wanted to come up with the right balance of team. You know, I'm still getting to know the players, and the players are still getting to know me. So there's been, you know, a little bit of orientation period, and we needed to find out where the best balance of the team is. But, you know, just watching the team train yesterday, I like the look of it. You know, big centres, Karuvi, Pataya hitting the line, Marika, what's his name, Mark. I can't say his last name. It's embarrassing. You know, pace on the wings, Kelleher, a good communicator at fullback, and then Carter being able to take the line, and a big strong forward pack. Like, it's a good pack, and you know, there's not too many people outside our group that thinks we can win the game, but there'll be 85,000 people that might be in for a shock.
Eddie, coached England for a long while against New Zealand. Is it different now coaching the All Blacks when you're the Wallabies coach? That's been a long time.
It is, mate, because it's your own country, you know. It means a lot more. Without devaluing coaching England, you know, I enjoyed coaching England. I love them. Good bunch of players, but, you know, imagine tomorrow or Saturday night, 85,000 people, the biggest rugby crowd since 2007, and they've come to watch, you know, two teams that have got good respect for each other, but, you know, at the same time they dislike each other, you know. And there's nothing better than winning against New Zealand, because you feel the country sinking, right? It's not just rugby sinks, the country sinks. You know, the whole economy goes down. The Prime Minister's there with his fingers crossed hoping the All Blacks win, because he knows the economy's going to drop if they lose. And so we can have that effect. And at the same time, then the Australian kids want to play rugby again, because at the moment too many of them want to play AFL. I was going past the school the other day and they were playing AFL in basketball, right? So we want kids to play rugby because it's the greatest game of all. So we've got a bit of a job here to do. You know, maybe put the New Zealand Prime Minister on call that the economy's going to suffer, and at the same time raise our stakes
It's already
here.
pretty bad, mate.
Oh, well, we can help a bit more, mate. Might help the economic balance of the world. I'm sure there's people with more brains than me that work that out.
Nobody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. Australia versus New Zealand, the first Bledisloe Cup match of the year. And the Bledisloe Cup's always a brilliant encounter because it's one of the few matches where, regardless of form, teams pick themselves up. And it'll be interesting to see exactly sort of the performance we see from Australia this weekend. It is also the second last game of the Rugby Championship. So the Rugby Championship will be decided this weekend. And the big thing is, how can you watch all the action live and in HD preferably for free? Now, before we show you exactly how to do that, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Now, if you're in Australia, you can watch for free on Stan Sport because they do offer a 7-day free trial. If you're outside Australia, you can still use that 7-day free trial, but you'll have to use something called a VPN, which is a virtual private network, and basically that geolocates your device to make it seem as if you are somewhere else, in this case, Australia. So we recommend using Bitdefender. They're one of our channel partners, and the reason we partner with them is because they have world-leading cybersecurity as well as a really good VPN. So link in the description. Go and get yourself Bitdefender. Go and install. And as you can see, at the moment, my connection is secured. I'm currently on a connection with Australia. So over there, you can go and select all the different locations, stuff like that. We are currently connected to Australia. And then I've got a Stan Sport free trial, and I'm currently watching Wimbledon. How easy is that? It is literally that easy. You get yourself a VPN, you connect to Australia, and you can then go to Stan Sport and sign up for a free trial and watch all the sport. You can use this method to watch Argentina versus the Springboks as well, and a lot of people have been using this method to watch the entire Rugby Championship. And you can even probably use this method to watch some of the World Cup as well. So it is literally as easy as that. There's the link in the description and entire guide in the description, so step by step what you need. If you have any questions, put them in the comments below. Apart from that, smash a like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. Right, and we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport Thursday night, which means the fan forum is back. Which, if you didn't know, actually doubles up as our podcast, which means that if you miss anything tonight, you can stream this on your favorite platforms, you know, your Spotify's, your Apple Music's, your whatever you use to listen to your best podcast. Throw it on in the car on the way to work in the morning and listen to us chat a little bit of rugby and a lot of shit. Because that is what we're here to do. Gentlemen, as you can tell, as everybody can see, I am joined by Wes, Reza, and Rudy. How are we all, lads?
Well, I'm getting on. I'm recovering slowly from that New Zealand loss.
Yeah, listen, we've got it's tough times, dude.
But we're out here, we're moving, and yeah, Rudy's already in full force.
Yeah, Rudy's on the Bears. How's the Eastern Cape treating you, Rudy?
All good, my brother. Gearing up for a big win on Saturday.
Oh, there we go. Well, I've just come from the Argentina press conference. They're pretty confident. Shaker says that they believe they can win, and you know we're going to every game believing they win, and that's the whole point of that's a big focus of the team, is their sort of confidence and their belief and stuff. So lots to talk about. We have had the team named from Argentina and a couple of interesting selections. We obviously saw the box side earlier this week. Also a couple of very interesting selections and plenty for us to talk about. And the Bledisloe Cup this weekend. Very interesting game because, especially it being in Australia, it's like the one time Australia genuinely seems to like pull themselves towards themselves and kind of play like half decent rugby. However, Eddie Jones has decided to put out the nursery school at 9 and 10. So it's an interesting call being made by a lot of coaches this week. But yeah, over the next hour, basically, we'll be talking about those two games. There's also a little bit of other rugby. Scotland's taking on Italy this weekend, so a lot of World Cup preparations are sort of starting. If you missed any sort of transfer news, go and check back on the channel. A couple of interesting news about Jordan Hendrickse, about Mari Liebach, for example. There's some news about Carlos Kassan going to the Stormers. So just make sure you like this video and subscribe to the channel so that you're always up to date with everything that's happening around the rugby world. But right, this weekend, Emirates Airline Park. I'm going to throw it to the fellow Lions fan, Reeves, who I have no doubt has been to the park many a time. Fortress Airless. Marvin Ori even went as far as to say it's basically the Springbok home stadium. The last game on home soil for the Boks. Nothing short of a big win is acceptable. Is that not right?
Yeah, I'm a little upset that comment had to come from Marvin, when he ditched Ellis Park. So,
Yeah.
But in either event, absolutely huge game. I mean, as you said, it's the last one on home soil for the boys. It's a chance to the last chance they'll have to be in their comfort zone and to make a really positive impact. I have no doubt they'll do it. I'm sure we'll get into the merits of it in a little bit, but it is a fortress. I mean, when it's Bok games, it is packed out. It is amazing. It is honestly, the atmosphere is just incredible. It is just a different place. The stadium itself is not so great, but for some reason it seems to bring out just the best in us and in the Boks themselves.
Yeah, fair enough. And yeah, I mean, interesting. I mean, look, not sold out yet, so it's a bit frustrating from that point of view. Hopefully, a couple of the fans will start to buy some tickets, and we can make sure it's a bit of a sellout. Rude, you were saying before that you're still hurting quite a bit from the New Zealand game, so I suppose psychologically, it's about going out and getting the result this weekend. But how important is the performance in terms of showing that New Zealand was just a bad day at the office and that we need to respond quite well and just. I kind of feel like we always have to sort of reprove everybody that we actually still a quality side and we can deliver the goods.
Yeah, I think for the South African game against the All Blacks, I was listening to Jacques Nienaber, one of his press conferences, and he was talking about maybe the players in New Zealand that started that game were a little bit cold, a little bit undercooked. I think for this game against Argentina, it will be important for the players to really cook and fire. And looking at the combinations, whether it be the back row that looks, more balanced than the All Black game, they need to come out firing, get the result, and really put a marker on the fact that we're not just here to be in the top 4, perhaps, of winning the World Cup. That we're actually very serious, and our name is the first name they think of when that final comes around.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I think a lot of people, I think a lot of the South African public, it's interesting, and Wes, maybe we'll talk to you about the sort of psychological sort of part of it. South African fans love to think that we are always the underdogs. They love to think that we always perform well when we're the underdogs. We like to have the narrative. We like to have they don't believe we can do it. Jacques Nienaber is throwing out the do it for the load shedding. Rassie Erasmus is talking about doing it for the earthquakes. It's all the sort of different motivators. But at the end of the day, I think we've asked this question to Eddie. The question's been asked to Michael Cheika. The question's been asked to Ian Foster. Everybody's sort of saying, how good are the Springboks? And all the coaches are very quick to say, listen, they're the world champs for a reason. They might not have had the best couple of results in the last sort of 18 months, but they're a quality side. What do you think is the sort of the mental thing? Is it the case that we do thrive with that sort of underdog tag, or do you think it's time for us to start really owning the fact that we're going in as world champions, we're going as British and Irish Lions series winners, and there's no reason we shouldn't be considered within the top at least 4, if not top sort of 2 contenders for the World Cup?
Yeah, no, it's an interesting question, Steve. I think, there's a fine line between being humble and then potentially cocky or arrogant. And the underdog narrative allows us just to maybe play a bit safe. We don't want to go in there swinging things around, this, that, the next. And then if we lose, it's quite embarrassing. So I do wonder how much of it might be just playing a bit safe about like, hey, we are the underdogs, and if we lose, we can just say, well, we said we were the underdogs. So, but I don't know. I think when you get to that level, and as you said, we've got the credentials to back us. We are defending world champs. We have the British and Irish Lions series in our pockets. You mentioned about not having the greatest form over the last couple of months. I'm quite okay with that. We don't need to have our greatest form over the last couple of months. Now we need to start hitting our stride. And we always seem to forget that you don't want to start peaking a couple of months too early and then be on the tail end of the World Cup. So I'm quite excited to see just how we start to fire in the World Cup.
Yeah, I think that idea of peaking too early is what I think a lot of people are trying to say about Ireland, trying to sort of write them off. I don't think I think a lot of that's a coping mechanism because I think a lot of people aren't ready to accept that Ireland and France are like a different level to what we've seen them in the past. So I think a lot of people do like to sort of write them off and say, oh no, they peaked too early. But the Boks do tend to come in often not nearly as favourites, and often also it's a bit of a sort of an inferiority complex, because a lot of times people sort of create excuses to why we did win. There was the whole poisoning of the All Blacks thing in '95, and 2019 England played their final in the semi-finals. That's our issue and stuff. So yeah, it's an interesting sort of thing. But let's talk about the team, and we're going to look at the team. There is the team, in case anybody watching has not seen it. Some interesting things here to pick apart. Wes, I'm going to throw it straight back to you first. That front row is probably our three best front of personnel in each position. I think Kitsov's probably our best Lucian, Malcolm Marx is our best hooker, Frans Behoove our best tight head. But it's not a combination we often see, because we often see Kitsov and Marx coming off the bench, and even recently Kitsov's been starting. So it's been a long time since we've seen this particular combination start or play together. But our three best front rowers, is this our best front row?
Yeah, as you said, from an individual personnel and a performance point of view, yes. I think we've spoken about over the last couple of weeks, Malcolm Marx clearly being in better form than Bongi, and so he deserves that starting position. In terms of, is it our best, front three? As you said, that combination, we've tried it. I don't know about tested it. So I'm really, really excited to see this, give this combination another go, see how they click together, how do they scrum together. As Reece said, this is going to be our last opportunity in a comfort zone. We're at home, Ellis Park. It's that safe, space, if you can call it that. And if they can click here, then they can have the confidence to go and say, actually, we do work well together, us three starting. Let's take this forward.
Yeah, fair enough. I think a lot of it, it's been a bit of a fact-finding mission since that injury to Oxen Chair. I think that we planned for a lot of different things. I don't think we had really planned for that injury, because all of a sudden we've had to start seeing Kitsov probably more than they would have liked to, and that's now maybe potentially not had the combos they'd like to and stuff like that. So it's been interesting to sort of see how things have slightly changed. I'll move into the bench a bit later. That second row I think is pretty solid. I think Marvin Orie. A lot of people are sort of saying that Marvin Orie might not make the 33 man squad for the World Cup. I personally think he's already booked a spot. So Ruse, maybe towards you, that sort of lock pairing. Marvin Orie, do you think that he's already going? Do you think he's got a point to prove this weekend? And for Evan Etzebeth, it's a second game back from injury, maybe less of an emotional sort of game than 2 weeks ago. Not captaining as well, so hopefully also an opportunity for him to sort of start getting his back into his best form.
I want to say that Marvin Orie, I don't want to single him out as a player who's sort of on the fringes of not making the squad, but I think there are one or two players, in my opinion, that definitely have to have a big game. And if we look at the lock combinations that we have, there are quite a few players that are putting their hand up. If we look at RG Snyman on the bench now, it will be interesting to see in that sort of position of the Rugby Championship now, Marvin Orie, can he deliver at the bigger stage? So I know the emphasis might not be on actually winning it, although the championship is still in the balance pending Australia's result. In a position where he has to perform, and the public opinion, just for example, says that he has to perform, can he stand up? I think that's more along the lines of what I want to say. But yeah, he's not the only player, so it'll be hard to just single him out. But yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. And then I think something that's causing a lot of debate at the moment is this back three. Now, Reece, I'm going to throw this to you before we start picking apart the back line. Marco Verstappen was a player who was quite divided a bit of opinion if you go back about a month. I think he was a player that a lot of people were saying didn't have his best season for the Bulls. It's been a while since he's played for the Boks, for example, through injury. They'd had a very good game against Australia. All of a sudden, he's, our answer to everything. Should have started against New Zealand, apparently. Every sort of, demanding more inclusion. Now, I personally think that his inclusion to the World Cup hinges on the fitness of Sia Khaleesi. I think he is our Sia Khaleesi replacement. If Khaleesi's fit, I'm actually not convinced he goes. Because I think Kwaka Smith, for example, is already going. I think your Franco Masters already going. Jasper Wiese is still already going. I think there's just not enough players unless we do go use that extra, those extra 2 players, unless we use it for him. But from a combinations point of view, I think that for whatever reason, I think the Jasper Wiese, Franco Masters, Kwaka Smith didn't quite work. I think a lot of it was the fact that a lot of those individuals, first game, getting back to it. But this is a combination that worked quite well against Australia. Do you think that this could, if Sia Khaleesi, for example, doesn't make the World Cup, do you think this could be our starting Lucia combination?
I probably wouldn't go that far. I do think that Marco, and the hype train was quite real. It was very evident after the Australia game. And he did have a storm over game, and maybe people had forgotten that the quality that he actually possesses. But we've been blessed with Lucy's for a very long time. And so, a lot of the focus has not been on the mainstays. And at this point, we hadn't really had a look at Marco van Staden, and he's kind of just been grinding away in the background. I don't think he makes a starting lineup, to be very honest, if Sia is absent. I think in particular games where his sort of skill set is needed, and that strength and that physicality and the carry might be more needed, then perhaps he makes a starting lineup. But to say, if we're just going into a blanket game against a blanket team, he makes a starting lineup, I think that's maybe a bit presumptuous. But
so who would you go instead if that was the case?
Well, it's a tough question because obviously you've got Mostert, you've got Kwaka. They can play on either side. It doesn't really matter where you put them. If you were to say against this Argentina side, I would have liked to have seen Kwaka step in there. I think with Peter Stephan Dwayne on the other side, you've got more than enough beef to kind of carry him where he might fall short. But we've seen Kwaka, and I hate that guys really just kind of pull him apart and say, well, he lacks physicality. And if you've ever seen that guy and watched him week in, week out, play sevens, play now for the 15s, he does not lack physicality. Yes, he might get the odd bump against him, and that's only because he's going just as hard into the tackle as the guy in front of him. And so that collision, obviously, the guy's got 30 kgs on him, he's going to come off looking pretty bad. But it's a once in a blue moon occasion. It doesn't happen very often. So for me, Kwaka still would have been the starting option there. I think Marco makes a very good addition to that bomb squad sort of mentality for now. And in particular games, he's definitely earned himself a starting point. So for this game, I think it's the right call. I think he's going to fit the kind of Argentina sort of style of play. And let's see what he can do. I mean, honestly, I think the jury's still out. And I think this is probably one of the last tests that he's going to get. I think that we might see him start maybe 1 or 2 more games before the World Cup. And he's got to perform in all of them, really, to earn himself that starting place.
Yeah, now a player that sort of seems to fall into the wayside is Deon Fourie, who I thought a year ago, with a couple of good cameos, had sort of put himself into the mix quite a bit. Wes, do you think he's kind of fallen out of favor? Do you think he's still got a chance? For example, I titled this video "The Last Chance for Some Players," and that's obviously to do with the World Cup with regards to a player like Marco van Staden. He's got an opportunity this weekend to make a bit of a statement. But do you think Deon Fourie, the fact that we're now into our 3rd test, we still haven't seen him, do you think it's an indication that he's sort of fallen behind the wayside and is not going, or do you think he might still be in the mix?
Yeah, if you ask me to put money on it, I'd say he's probably out. I think the fact that we haven't seen him at all, he hasn't been on the starting lineup for the last little bit, is a pretty big indicator. As we said, we're blessed with loose forwards, which is fantastic. But when you lose forward, that's not that fantastic. But he's a quality player, but we've just got better. So I'm sure there's always still that chance. Never write anyone off and say never, never. But Steve, if you ask me, I think he's not making it.
Yeah, fair enough. And that's the pack. It's a pretty good pack. It's a very exciting pack. I think it's a pack that can very much dominate what is a pretty good Argentina pack. I'm very excited for this loose chair battle. I think Jean-Martin Gonzalez is one of the players to watch for the World Cup from a young player point of view. We all know what Pablo Matera brings on, for example. Thomas Lavanini's been around the block for a long time. Julio Montoya is captain, fantastic. So I think I'm very excited for the individual battles. The big selections for the weekend: Grant Williams, Marty Liebach. What was your initial reaction when you saw that team?
Yeah, excited. Just so excited. I mean, I know it's not a very experienced lineup, but again, this is, I've been saying these fan forums the last couple of Thursdays, like, this is not the World Cup. Let's try combinations. Let's try things. Let's see how guys play together. And I think the way, how quick Grant Williams is and Marnie Starr as well, they're just going to feed off each other. So I'm really excited to see what they can bring. Potentially it's a shit show. Fingers crossed it's not. But I am genuinely excited. I don't think I've been this excited to see a pairing like this for a while. So I'm if I was watching the game for one reason, it's for that. But it's going to be fantastic.
Roots, are you on the Grant Williams hype train as well?
100%. I think he's proven. Obviously, everyone's spoken about his pace, his pace off the mark, his work around the ruck, is quick. But he's so much more than that, and he's matured over time. And like he said, I was listening to him as well. He's waited his chance. He's been waiting in the wings, should I say. And I think it's an opportunity now. The only thing for me, and obviously I'm excited to see him pairing up with Lebok. The only thing for me, more realistically, if we're looking towards the World Cup, if he could get Andre Pollard fit and have that sort of experience to calm that down, that excitement which he might have, the overexcitement, and in the moments where it matters, I think Andre Pollard is going to be crucial. So as much as I'm excited to see Manie Lebok, and he's definitely our backup 10, in my opinion, I think Williams will do well, or even better, when Andre Pollard comes back, God willing, very soon.
Roots, I'd actually just love to jump in on that point. I was thinking the exact same thing, is that while this is super exciting, I am a little concerned that this is the pairing that they've chosen to go with. I would have, if I was trying to make Manie comfortable, honestly, he's very possibly going to be our front runner fly off if something happens to Andre. Surely you try to make him comfortable with who you think is going to be your starting scrum off. Let's be honest, Grant is not going to be our starting scrum off. I'd be very surprised if we get to World Cup and that happens. So why chuck in two guys who aren't so comfortable together, or comfortable in their positions, chuck them on together? Surely you start to build that. Look, Manie realistically could be starting a lot of games. Chuck him on with a Faf de Klerk or Corbus, the guys who are realistically going to be the starting scrum offs. And just get him comfortable with a combination. That's my only concern about this pairing.
I think we need to push back. Sorry, Steve, to push back on that. I think if it was like our last game before the World Cup, and then we decided to do this, I'd 100% agree with you. But I think because we still have a bit of time, it's like, okay, if not now, let's just try some wild combinations, some wild pairings, and then we can see. Because as I said, maybe it falls apart, maybe it's terrible. But I 100% agree with you that, if Manie is going to be our sort of backup fly half, and, as Rui was saying, hopefully Andre is 100% all okay. But he does need to get used to Faf. So I'm with you on that. I think we do need to trial that Manie and Faf combination. But I think this is the last opportunity potentially to sort of trial any experimental combinations and see what do we get from it.
I also think if you look at our bench, for example, and I'll put it on the screen there, whilst we have gone with a 5-3 split, I do see Manie Lebok playing the full 80 minutes, to be honest. I'll be very surprised. I mean, maybe they might want to look at more minutes at 10 for Damian Willemse, but it's very strange to sort of go with a... Well, I suppose, yeah, I mean, even if you look at the fact that they've listed Kanyama at 22 and Willemse at 23, which I'm sure was pretty disingenuous, but Damian potentially coming on at 15, Kanya coming on at 13. I suppose the nice thing is you could literally play Grant Williams for 40 minutes, Faf de Klerk for 40 minutes, and Manie Lebok for 80, and give himself two different halves with two different scrum halves. So there is that option, and I'll be very interested to see, based on what Reese is saying, the fact that you do want him to, because if we're all being honest, Faf de Klerk's going to start the first game of the World Cup. I think if Jaden Hendrickson was fit and playing, he seemed to be the only one that the Boks were willing to start ahead of Faf de Klerk with regards to how the Bok game plan works. He hasn't played at all. In fact, I do wonder if we might actually make it, given the fact that he just hasn't played as yet. I'm sure he'll play next weekend, but that's also an interesting one. Before we go to the back three, because I think that the only thing we can really do is wax lyrical about the back three. The centre pairing, Damon Delendi, Jesse Creel. I think everybody's having a bit of a meltdown about the no Andreas Taysen. I do think Andreas Taysen plays a full 80 next weekend in Argentina, so I don't think it really matters. I think Damien Delendi also needs the game time. Jesse Creel, which none of them actually mentioned, actually was still serving a red card ban, which is why he wasn't available for Australia and New Zealand. So it sounds like he would have played against Australia. But Rudes, I mean, a lot of people don't like Jesse Creel. He's subject to a lot of abuse. We spoke a little bit about last week. But he is the only other option we have at 13. He will be going to the World Cup. That's not even an option. I mean, sometimes Delendi has played at 13, but he's really struggled. So, given the fact that Jesse Creel is our number 2 13, it's probably just a no-brainer to start getting his game time, isn't it?
100%. So my opinion, just to touch on the last point about the fly-offs and the bench with Damian Willemse, it'll be interesting to see where the Springboks actually settle with him as an impact player, because if he's also going to be considered at 10, for example, I was listening to Jacques Nienaber throwing around the concept of if we have problems at 10, Willie Leroux is going to come in at 10. So just to close off on that point, I think we need to really settle at the 10 position so that our outside backs can be more comfortable. And again, maybe a Jesse Creel, playing next to a Pollard and a Delende in one of the games against Romania, whoever. It might do him good. But for the sake of this game, I think he's got a lot to prove, because he has been riding the wave, and I'm not singling him out, as I mentioned with Marvin Orie. But in my opinion, he's the other player that, in the public opinion, needs to make an attempt to show them why he warrants that place. It concerns me a little bit, in a humorous way, how you say he's definitely going. I think he should remove that notion and just get on with a good performance.
Yeah, no, look, I think he knows more than anyone that he is under a lot of pressure and a lot of public scrutiny. Yeah, I just think at this stage, we if you look at a second choice 13, there's no other real sort of candidates except for moving a Delendi out of position to outside 13. Some people call it Kane Moody's never played a professional minute at 13, so I think
why not Damien at 13? He's done it before.
Delendi.
Yeah, no. Sorry, Willemse. Truly, I really think, honestly, I really think that that should have been a call a long time ago. I mean, I don't know why.
Reza, just to jump in, it's like with Jesse Creel as well. We need, if we've got the exciting backs that we have now coming through, we need the ability to distribute the ball to them. And sometimes, and I'm not again judging his overall game because he's strong, he's fit, he's been part of the system, but the distribution now. We need somebody that can get the ball out wide. What do you guys think?
Well, look, I think he did show some nice handling last year against Argentina. In fact, down in that one try. So it is a point that he gets a lot of criticism for. I'm very interested to see how we play this weekend. I think it's a backline. It's a team that's set up to go wide quite quickly. It's a team that is set up to get our back three firing, and we can now touch on our back three. That back three it's disgusting back three. It's Cheslin Colby, who's one of the most destructive players with ball in hand in the world. Willie Leroux looks to be rolling back the years at the moment, and just conducting everything. And then Curtly Orenser is one of the informed wings in World Rugby right now, and it's got one of the most devastating try scoring records probably ever for a man who's played about 8 tests. So it's an unreal back three. But also at the same time, how important is it, maybe for Delendi and Jesse Creel, who are quite direct players, to know when to go wide and not to just, we've got Curtly Orenser out there, therefore he needs to get the ball as quickly as possible and let him cook, as everybody would say. How do we find that balance of playing to the physicality of a Delendi and a Jesse Creel, and then as well as getting our back three involved?
I mean, this is where sort of good structures, good systems, good coaching comes in, because as you said, like you look at that back three and you think, right, the game plan is definitely going to be get it out wide as quick as possible. So what is the defense going to do if they cotton onto that? Well, they might start to shift a bit soon. They might turn their hips and start to go that way. And then, Creel and Delendi should be frothing at the mouth. And identifying that turned hip and saying, well, we're big enough, you've got your hips turned, we're running straight through you. So then the defense might go, oh crap, okay, so we need to actually shore up and we might need to double team these two oaks, and then the defense tightens, and then you have it like a dummy ball, and the ball goes then out wide, and you got Aronson. Just how do you defend it? So yeah, we've got the right players, and it's an awesome combination to have that physicality in the center and the deadliness on the wings. But it's about managing that. So about smart play, the first couple of phases, what moves do we pull? How do we make the defense react? And then in that Oz game, I think one of the things I was most impressed about with the Boks was our ability to adapt. We saw what they were doing. We identified weak spots, we identified strong spots, and we adapted, and we actually crushed them. And we need to see that Springbok side again this week, looking to adapt to that and picking out the strong points. Okay, they're bunched here wide. Okay, they're spread straight up. We've got the personnel.
Yeah, I like that. I think that, players like Villeroy, like Art Williams, that's where they're really going to be tested in terms of being able to identify when it's on, when it's not on. And it's a nice test for all of them. I think it's I'm not surprised they're going with Bledisloe, given the fact they've gone with Grant Williams, Marty Buck. A lot of people are saying that Williamson needs minutes at 15, and I agree. I think he'll start against Argentina next week. But I think given the fact that in terms of your big decision makers, bar Damien Delendi, they're very inexperienced, having Villeroy in the team is probably a very nice sort of calming head. Let's look at that bench, and it's a 5-3 split. I don't think it was going to be a 5-3 split. I think this is a Lekanya needs game time 5-3 split. Do you agree? And I mean, the players on the bench are mostly, I think, all pretty much guaranteed to go to the World Cup. But good to see Trevor back.
Yeah, and I know you've been calling for Trevor for a while now. So that wish received over there, and we were all a bit concerned that he had been, he was out of the picture a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised to see that front row replacement come on sort of the 50-minute mark. Give a full half an hour to the boys in the back there, and that's kind of been the modus operandi for a while now. So, Ockers Scaven, again, we all know what he can do. He needs minutes as well. Let's make no doubt about it. He needs to be tested. His bones need to be tried. And against the hard Argentina side, it's probably the test that he kind of needs. And Quacker Smith, of course, the impact player, he's probably the one who's not so much the concern there. We all know what he can do. He's there to kind of fill a space and be the utility that they need. Faf as well, I would have actually liked to see, if they were going to start with Faf, I would have liked to see one of the other scrummies on the back there. I would have liked to see Kubis maybe. And Lucanio, as you said, needs some game time, and Damien also needs some game time. One, because Lucanio looks a bit unfit, and Damien is just not quite hit his straps yet. And so he needs that time on there. I'm not going to say it's our strongest bench ever. I don't think that's the truth. I think that for once we kind of like, oh no, it could possibly be better, which is weird to say because a lot of those guys are starting players, but they're on the bench just simply because they need the time, as we said. If I could quickly run back to the back three chat, wouldn't be surprised if you see Chesy stick to his wing, and I wouldn't be surprised if you see Arendse coming off the shoulders of JC and Damien quite a lot. I think that's kind of his sort of sweet spot. He loves those little inside plays and that kind of thing. And so with the hands, JC does display some decent hands at times. Damien, if they can simply just turn, as we were saying, turn the mindset of the Argentinians to, okay, they're not actually putting it out wide, and just draw them in, suck them into that game plan of these two are going to run at us for 20, 30 minutes, and then earn the space for your guys out wide, because we've seen it before. As much as Chesy can wriggle out of anything, you can't help it if you've chucked it on, shoveled it onto him so quickly that he's really got 4 guys on him that have shifted across. By the time he gets it, and then he's fighting to get back in field. You want them to have the space, just like the New Zealanders did against us, actually. We rushed up on them. They earned space to go out wide. And then they just simply scored in the corner, and it was just too much for us to handle. Will Jordan had so much space to work with. Shannon Frizzola even was on the wing. Earn that space, and then we can start looking at lighting up our scrum cap boys.
Oh, there we go. The scrum cap's great. There's a lot being talked about that. Right, let's have a look at exactly what's in front of us, or rather in front of the box. That is the Argentine 23. with a minor spelling mistake, which we will amend. But yeah, so there are a couple of changes to the side. The big ones are a change in scrum off. Lotoro Bazambele is getting an opportunity. Burton has been dropped down to the bench. Santiago Chocobados gets his first outing in the centres there. Juan Imhoff is back from holiday, as is Jean-Cruz Malia. So a couple of big players coming back for Argentina. Michael Cheika spoke about the fact that they needed a bit of a holiday, and he was forcing them to go out and have that holiday and to rest, so they are fully prepared and fully ready. So I think a lot of people haven't given enough credit to the fact that Argentina have been playing with a lot of big absentees. I think if you look at their best starting lineup, I think, still a lot of players who are coming back. I mean, even if you look at the bench, for example, Thomas Albanor making his return, that's a big player for them to have back. So they're sort of slowly getting everybody back and getting closer to a full strength side. But really, you're looking at that Argentinian side. What areas should the Boks be concerned of?
I think Argentina always come to play with intensity. If you just look at their national anthems when they sing, I think for them, obviously they're also preparing for the World Cup, but I think every game is just that little percentage more important to them to prove to the world that they are indeed a tier one nation. So I think for the Springboks, the basics of the set pieces, when it comes to the scrums, Argentinians love to scrum and they get up in your face. So for that sake, we also don't want to get sucked into off the ball things, because Argentina are also prone to that sort of thing, especially when the game tends to fall apart. So it also depends on how the game plays out. But I think for South Africa, they have the firepower to control Argentina. But I think Argentina are definitely coming to spoil. And for me, also, again, high alert, because any injury now is very costly for us to the World Cup. So Argentina coming to play, but South Africa definitely can control it. They just need to show up and put them in their place as it is.
Yeah, and Wes, I said always sort of very very physical. We all know that they love to try and go out there and provide that physical challenge. But for example, the rise of Santiago Carreras at fly half, he's a very atypical fly half. I think you can almost sort of say very much likes to play off the cup. They like to kick a lot, but a lot of very different types of kicks. Little chips over, little cross kicks. Jean-Cruz Malia as well, very attacking natured. This backline is a backline that can be quite a handful to defend. And Michael Cheika today in the press conference alluded to the fact that they've been working on their attacking shapes. They did score quite a few tries against us last year. So how much do you think this is going to be a test for our defense? Not even just so much for physicality, but from the way they play, the patterns they play, and some of the players they have who have genuine X factor.
Yeah, no, they as Rudy said, they're coming to play, they're coming to win. They believe they can win, and I think if they get under our skin and start to get us a bit of trouble, they're going to feed off that, right? They're a very emotive side, passionate side. They build up that momentum. So I think for our defense, you know what I'm really looking forward to? I mean, I hope they kick. I hope they kick a lot, because in that New Zealand game, we were left wanting under the high ball. Oaks weren't in the right positions. We just didn't look confident, and so I'm really hoping that they can actually prove to us and say, no, this is something we've worked on, we've stamped it out, check at us. So I'd be looking forward to those kicks, but I think the boys need to be awake. Again, as you said, Creel gets a lot of flack for being selected, but he is supposedly our, one of the stronger 13s on defense. He's a big body, he's strong, he's physical, and let's see him put in that work this week. He also needs to be quick as well with those creative Argentinian players, the fast wingers. So yeah, I think if Creel wants to sort of not shut up the haters, but just give evidence to the contrary and stamp a reason why he should be there. This is I think his game to sort of make that point.
Yeah, I think 100% agree. And yeah, I just think it's going to be a nice. I think this Argentina side is a good side. I think they've progressed a lot in the last two games, and I think that they're trying to get away from that sort of mentality and that kind of stigma of the fact that they're not consistent, which Michael Cheika alluded to, the fact that they do tend to, beat the All Blacks, lose to, an Italy type thing. And the next week, they kind of always had that potential to go from 0 to 100 and back to 0 very quickly. I do think the consistency is what's stopping them from being a truly top side, because we all know that on their day they've beaten the All Blacks like twice or 2 or 3 times in the last couple of years. They've beaten us quite a few times. So they've got results that sort of back up their prowess and their ability. But Reza, I mean, how do you get to that sort of balance right of understanding and being very happy to admit that they are a top side, and yet if we are to win the World Cup, we have to have the mentality of it doesn't actually matter. They can have the best game of their year, the best game of the last 2-3 years. These are games we have to win. You can't afford to be losing at Ellis Park. It's Jacques Nienaber's last game on home soil. It's Dwayne Vermeulen's last game on SS soil. It could be quite a few players' last sort of home game. So I suppose it's a case of it doesn't matter what they throw at us. It doesn't matter. We've got to go out and get a big result.
Yeah, you know what I love about these Argentina games, because they have that such big potential. The reason they lose games is because they also have a lot of holes in their game. And so for me, this is quite a technical test, as much as everyone thinks it's a physical one. The guys that go out there and beat them are the ones that are able to identify where they fall short and exploit them fully. So we understand a few things about the Argentinians. We understand that they lack discipline. We understand that they're quite easily goaded. We understand that once you are out in front of them, you generally stay in front, right? If they start slow, you start fast. That's kind of them done for the most part, except for, of course, that Australia game. But there's a lot of weaknesses in particular that need exploiting. So if we can get it right from a technical side, we have the players to carry out that mandate, that instruction from our coaching staff, then there should be a walk in the park, because Michael Cheika has not had enough time, to be honest, to cover up all of the holes. They're still showing gaps. They are constantly improving. But when you go to the likes of Ireland and of France and in New Zealand at this point, even, the reason they've been so hard to beat for so long is because they did so many things well. Argentina's not there yet. So this is really a technical battle. Can we get the tactics done right? Great test for the coaching staff.
Yeah, I like that. I think the big thing is we keep talking about the fact that our ability to be able to adapt, our ability to be able to identify the opportunities and take them and stuff like that. So I think a lot of it, we're talking about the fact that certain players are under the microscope to a certain degree. And a lot of that, I think, comes down to, as a team, identifying where we can and can't exploit teams, and the individual standing up, and when things are getting tough, being able to stand up and be the difference, and when things are going well, being able to really sort of hit home and force the advantage. So that game will kick off at 5 o'clock on Saturday at Emirates Airline Park. The weather up here has been pretty gorgeous. I was in a t-shirt all day. It's nice and warm up here. The altitude will definitely play a part, and we get to talk about that in the build-up a lot to try and throw them off. But it should be perfect conditions for some really nice rugby. But before that, we have got a Bledisloe Cup match. And Rudy, what was your first reaction when Eddie Jones decided to reveal that Tate McDermott would partner Carter Gordon in Carter Gordon's first ever start in an Australian shirt at number 10 against the New Zealand side, who are looking back to close to their best?
Before I touch on that, I just want to say, guys, I don't want to be married to Willie Leroux, because that guy chirps everyone. I don't know if you've noticed in all the games. So a lot of guys give him grief for his play sometimes. But I think the fact that he's always in everybody's faces, it does make a difference in terms of experience. I actually think, just touching on that point, that Willie Leroux will actually play every minute of every game. So just coming back to the bench, I would love to see Damian Willems at 12. I'm just going to leave it at that. Coming to your point of the new combination for Australia, I think Eddie Jones is throwing caution to the wind now. I don't think it's much about New Zealand. Obviously, he would love to win. But I think with the new combination, it's a big risk. I think it's more for them to check their combinations in preparation for the World Cup. What can those sort of players do in the highest pressure situation? So, I mean, the All Blacks doesn't get much bigger than that. the All Blacks have named a strong side. So much like the Box with Argentina, the Box not focusing so much on Argentina, but what can the players that were selected do in high pressure situations where Argentina come at you. It's the same with Australia. I think the fly off Carter Gordon, I think he came off the bench, he debuted against us, he scored a try. There's a lot of talk of him being like a mixture between a Butch James and Stephen Larkham. So it's exciting for them. But Eddie Jones definitely taking some risks and under a little bit of pressure. But as we know with him, he's also got one or two tricks up his sleeve sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, I was quite amused at that analysis. Well, that the comparison between Larkham and Butch James, because I don't think too many people get compared to Butch James, unless they're a massive bulky number 10 who gets around the park and puts in massive hits. Who these days will probably spend 95% of his time in the sin bin. But where's Carter Gordon? I mean, shame. I mean, he came off the bench for his debut against South Africa when they were well beaten. He then had to play at outside centre for about 65 to 70 minutes when Nikitar got that injury against Argentina. So he's not had a particularly easy sort of start to Test rugby. Now he's going to be operating at 10 in front of Aaron Smith and Richie Mwanga, Geordie Barrett. I suppose one of those things, you couldn't ask for a tougher task, but if you are to make a claim and if you are to sort of announce yourself, I suppose you can't ask for much better of a stage.
No, yeah, exactly. And what's the saying? It's like tough times breed, tough people or whatever the case is. And so that's it. The classic saying, you want to beat the best, you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. So this oak's got anything to prove. Now's the time to get it out there. It's not going to be easy, but I think, all these guys are obviously professional athletes. And I mean, we all know how competitive we get on the paddle court with, absolutely nothing at stake but pride.
No, there are beers and potential tequilas at stake and a lot to lay for.
Brandies as well, no, you're right. Reece, didn't you double fault serve? Don't you ask brandies? Anyway,
Wow.
So yeah, no, I think you take that competitive nature and you tenfold that, and that's what these oaks are fighting for. They don't want the easy games. They don't want the walkover. They don't want this. As you said, if he wants a stage to come out and put a stamp on it and say, this is who I am, this is how I play, well, here we go. Yeah, here's your Saturday.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. I'm actually very excited to see what he does. I think I really like what I've seen of him. I've watched a little bit of him in Super Rugby, but I think you saw, I mean, the way he scored that try and the way he came on, and especially at 13, I think if there's one thing he's not short of, it's confidence, and I reckon that's probably gone a long way towards Eddie Jones saying, well, you know what, he's looked comfortable, he's looked confident, he's wanted to try things, might as well give him a go. What's also been quite interesting is Eddie's been very much. He's been playing the media a lot this week. He had a press conference this morning where he said that they need to grow the game of rugby. Kids are playing far too much basketball and league, and a win against the All Blacks is one of those things. He says, a win against the All Blacks is going to ruin the New Zealand economy, so maybe the Prime Minister needs to get ready for that. So he's once again sort of playing the bit of a pantomime villain. Reece, how much do you think that is a sort of a masterclass in trying to deflect attention away from a team or players who are under pressure and saying, you know what, go after me, and let my team sort of do their own thing? Because I think he's always been willing to take on the heat.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, now that you mention it, I hadn't actually realized just how much I've been focused on Eddie and not so much on the team. So, yeah, you're absolutely correct. I mean, I look forward to hearing what Eddie has to say more than I do about, reading the numerous articles there are about the state of Australian rugby at the moment. But, yeah, I mean, if you just go through the surface level of it all, it's Eddie does have a lot to be concerned about. It's great that he takes the heat off his team. That's very lucky of him. I'm sure they all appreciate it. What a good oak, all that and what blah blah black sheep. But at the end of the day, his job is there to be a coach. He's there to win games and he's there to implement a game plan. And yeah, it is early doors, of course, for his tenure. So I won't disparage his coaching too much. I will say that it's just been what a mess up for Rugby Australia, really, to be a coach in at this time, even with the caliber of Eddie Jones and expect results. It's just not going to happen. So I think I was talking to Wes earlier in the week about this, is that I think that Rugby Australia has honestly written off this World Cup by the decisions that they've made and so on. And I do think that, unfortunately, for this group of players who have some really talented characters who are really in their prime, they've become collateral damage to them, and you have to feel for them. They probably won't see another World Cup, and if they do see another World Cup, they will probably not be the front runners in those teams. I think about a guy like Simon Karevi, for instance. He's honestly truly in the prime of his career. I love watching him play. I think I don't know how much more he has left in him after this. But yeah, and obviously Quaid's out after this. It's a sad state of affairs, to be very honest, and I feel for them. So yeah, Eddie, good luck. Talk all you want, but got to start showing some results.
Yeah, I think there's been a certain amount that whole thing of that. Look, Eddie Jones coming out and saying we're going to win the World Cup. That's what we're doing. We're going there to try and win it. They do have the pool, which could make it a possibility if they were to the stars were to align, they were to manage to click into gear overnight. I don't think any of us really see it happening. But it's a very big 4-year cycle for Australia because they've got the British Irish Lions coming up in a couple of years' time, and in 2027 they're hosting the World Cup. So this is a pretty important sort of 4-year cycle. So I suppose that might have been sort of the thinking, right? Well, we can have a shot at the World Cup, but also we can start building towards a British and Irish Lions series win, a 2027 World Cup win. And Eddie Jones keeps talking about the fact that it's about getting kids playing rugby. It's about sort of saving the game itself, which I think is quite a fair chat. I think they are struggling with numbers and they are struggling with the league competition. And you look at some of the squads and the fact that Eddie's has been playing quite a few new players and bringing a couple of other players back and stuff. So that's all a very interesting sort of dynamic to it. But we've got 10 minutes left, and I would like to talk about Ian Foster giving us a pretty boring, straightforward. You can't even there's no controversy. It's a great 23, but it's just so it's a good team. Where's the I want a cool selection here or there, but it's just he's gone with a pretty stock standard team. He's replaced injured players, and it's a good.
This man is not letting go of Bledisloe. Under his watch, he's like, no chance.
I'll experiment off because the nice thing, I suppose, though, is that if they win this weekend, they retain it. So you win this weekend, you're in Australia, and you then go back to New Zealand and say, right, boys, who wants again?
It's pretty terrible for Australia, isn't it? I mean, even in a regular season, they have to beat New Zealand twice to win it. I mean, they may as well just keep it in New Zealand at this point.
Well, I think it's 22 years or something. It's 2002 or 2001 when Australia last. Look, to be fair, it's like us in the Freedom Cup, but we've also got the same issue.
I was in grade 9 when Australia last won the Bledisloe Cup.
I don't even know if I was at school.
2002.
Yeah, I was just at school.
Yes.
I don't think I made a tackle in my career
But
yet.
stuff Australia, because they've got the side of the draw where they play against Chile and San Marino and Paraguay.
San Marino. Listen, that draw is childish. In fact, Bill Beaumont actually came out this week and said that the time of the draw will change for the next World Cup. Because of the issues that we're having. So hopefully when we get to 2027, things will be a little bit better. But let's look at this New Zealand 23. There's not much to pick apart because there's not that many changes. But where's that Joey Barra-Rieko Ioane combination still getting game time? I think is quite a significant one. And Ian Foster has dared to bench Sam Whitelock. Not something that happens very often. Also Antonina Brown back in, which I love watching him play, so I think that's a very cool selection. But then a youngster in Cam Roigard getting a cap. Your take on a pretty, I wouldn't say predictable, but a pretty sensible 23.
If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like very, very straightforward, and I think what I would look forward to seeing is the All Blacks doing what they did to us again and just controlling the game. So taking that pace, controlling the pace of the game, they were masters of it, against us, and that's what we used to see with the All Blacks being able to. They would play their game, and they would just expect everyone else to adapt to it. So yeah, looking forward to seeing a fantastic All Black side, hopefully firing on all cylinders and really scaring those Northern Hemisphere teams, because I feel like they're getting a bit cocky up there. So we just need to let them know, which is the better hemisphere.
Well, big call. Going around the figurative table here, the virtual table. Who do we think is going to win the first game of the World Cup? I'm going to throw it out now because we're talking about that. New Zealand or France? Who are we going with here, people?
Yeah, sure.
France.
There we go. So one for France. Anybody back in New Zealand to do it? I'll tell you what, I've got a sneaky suspicion that if there's one team that could just absolutely ruin the occasion for France, it's probably New Zealand.
I back the boys. I back the boys to Blackberry. I mean, they're just too good.
You know what I'm concerned about? So we've still got to play the All Blacks. I don't want to put them under the spotlight too much, but they're playing well at the moment. Psychologically, what does it mean for us if we lose the game at Twickenham against the All Blacks going into the World Cup?
I think it means that we've lost to the All Blacks twice in a month, and I don't think that's going to be too lacquer.
I think it's more important how we lose.
Yeah. No, fair. But just before we move on, I'm not going to let you go away without a prediction. Are you going France or New Zealand?
Look, I think the French in France, is massive. I mean, and we know they love to play the All Blacks because they have upset them before. However, if you were asking me to put money on it, and I'm so grateful Chris isn't here, so I don't have to. I would have to back the All Blacks. I think in form, the way they played against us last week, they would have taken any team. That intensity, that precision, the clinicalness, it was fantastic. So yeah, I'm gonna go the All Blacks against France.
All right, cool. We're gonna clip that third up, and in 43 days this time, we will be sitting there. Wes will be stressing over that $50 he put on New Zealand, and yeah. We'll have to wait and see what that's going to do. So we're bringing things down to a bit of a close. So I want to do a couple of quick fire predictions eventually at the end. But I want to talk a little bit about who I want to talk about. Rieko Ioane as a 13. It's a very controversial topic, and a lot of people still are very undecided. Rees, do you think that 13 is, well, first of all, I think probably everybody's kind of sort of saying that he is their best 13, but do you think he is their best 13, and is 13 where he's best at?
Wow. I'm not going to go so far as to say that I think he's their best 13, and don't ask me who is. But I will say that I think he does a pretty good job there. I can't really understand the bashing a little bit. I think he's just so good all around. He's kind of our, not the same mold, but maybe like our Damian Willemse, the kind of guy who's got the build, the frame, the technique to kind of pull off anywhere. And I think that they've done the right call and settled him into a position and said to him, right, make it your own. And he's still young. I mean, he's still a lighty. He's got so much time. Like he's honestly, he's going to kill it there. I can guarantee he's going to be there for a while still. And I personally haven't seen a performance that's made me really doubt him at 13. I have seen performances that I've gone, wow, that's impressive, and he just needs a little bit of space, obviously as a born winger, he prefers it, and it's really not all that different out there at 13.
And Roots, do you tend to agree with that, or have you seen anything where you could doubt that he shouldn't be at 13?
I think he's definitely proven himself to be settled there. In terms of the outside backs, I think the All Blacks are blessed with far too much talent. Not that he can't command a position at 11, but to have someone at 11 like Mark Talea and then Rieko Ioane at 13, I think is just extra dynamic. And then you have Beauden Barrett at 15. I don't know if there's anything faster or any backline that's faster going to the World Cup than that bunch. To be honest.
Jordan, Caleb Clark. I mean, I don't think he starts if he was still a winger.
I think he does. No, I think he does. I think if he moves back to 11, I think he becomes one of the, if not the best winger in the world. I've always just thought On the wing, I think he's absolutely mental.
Sure. Interesting.
Hot take. Clip that.
Yeah. Look, I mean, maybe after Curtly Orense, I'll give it to him, but but it's I don't know. Like I think that his try scoring record is absolutely mental. But it's an interesting one that continues to cause a lot of controversy. But the centers themselves, actually, I think a couple of years ago we would have thought that David Havili, Jack Goodhue, Antonio Brown would have been sort of the three centers, and now we've actually got a Geordie Barrett and Rico Wani's partnership. Where's Geordie Barrett?
I still thought Lamape was going to be around, but
yeah, no fair. But the Geordie Barrett experiment at 12, where's seems to be working.
Not broke, don't fix it. Yeah, no, absolutely. I think, and again, it's just so versatile, and he's so comfortable under the high ball. You can shoot it up, get him up there, catching those high balls. His distribution's fantastic. It's dangerous. It's scary, actually.
It's disturbing how fast he can adapt.
Yeah, he's just, those Barretts just disgustingly talented. Geordie, they were saying, first of all, if you've seen Broden and Geordie play cricket, they both very good cricketers. And then apparently, whilst they were down in, I think it was in Argentina or whatever, they played around the golf and Geordie Barrett shot like 77 apparently. So, one of those just people that just, whatever he picks up, he can do. It's not fair, You should be allowed to be good at one thing. This whole being like gun at like 3 different sports is bullshit.
Where's my one thing? I'm still waiting for my one thing.
Yeah, literally, I'm trying everything. I'm trying every sport to find out what my calling is. I still haven't found it. So yeah, maybe we'll find out our calling eventually. But gentlemen, that sort of brings us to a close. So the last thing we're going to do is we're going to do quick fire predictions, and we're going to go one game at a time. And I don't want reasoning. I don't want excuses. I want a prediction. I want a team who's going to win and by a points margin. I'm going to work my way left to right. So, and then we'll work right to left. So, Reezy, you get to go away with it both times. But we'll start with the important game that is the Box versus Argentina. Where's go?
Right, so the Box win by at least 13.
By at least 13. Reeza?
I'm going to go Box by 11. Actually, sorry, let me change that. Box by 17.
Box by 17, gone bigger. Then Roots?
Box by 24.
Yes! There we go. I love it. I'm going to go Box by 10. I'll be conservative. No, don't you stress. Then Argentina versus New Zealand versus Australia. Roots, start with you.
Are we doing the heart or the head thing? Yeah.
Just whatever you want to go with. Quick fire prediction.
Okay, so my head is telling me New Zealand by 15.
New Zealand by 15. Reese?
New Zealand by 25.
Where's?
I was going to say New Zealand by 20.
New Zealand by 20. Okay, I'm going to go Australia by 5. Right, boys. I'm trying to see if the Steve curse can be broken here, because I keep trying to call the upset and it just doesn't work. And I buckled. I wanted to say Argentina. In fact, maybe did I say Argentina was going to be Australia? I actually need to go check that because I actually
You're a
might
genius.
You did.
I did.
You said, yeah.
There we go. Well, that means I'm 1 for 1 because I thought Argentina would upset New Zealand. So I'm always gonna back one upset a weekend. So that'll be my upset. It'll actually probably be Italy beating Scotland, though, to be fair. Which is a very cool game to watch. But anyway, gentlemen, that brings us to the end of the show. To everybody who's watching, thank you very much for jumping on. Thank you very much for all the support. As mentioned earlier, this will be up on your favorite streaming platform, so you can stream it on the way to work, and wherever. And gentlemen, I believe we'll see all 3 of you over the weekend on various fan cams, halftime shows, before shows. I will be with everybody for the Watchalong. Kick off at 5 o'clock, and so set your alarm, set your reminders. Go and stock up on the beer and the biltong and all the booze and stuff tomorrow. And the last things to look out for tomorrow is we will have our captain's press conference. Ray Vermeulen and Zwantile Stick, good old Stockers, one of the most entertaining people to watch press conference. So that'll be up tomorrow. And we'll also have the captain's press conference from one of the press conferences out of Australia. Lads, enjoy the evening and enjoy the preparation for the weekend. And everybody else, we will see you guys all next time.
Cheers.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. Australia versus New Zealand, the first Bledisloe Cup match of the year. And the Bledisloe Cup's always a brilliant encounter because it's one of the few matches where, regardless of form, teams pick themselves up. And it'll be interesting to see exactly sort of the performance we see from Australia this weekend. It is also the second last game of the Rugby Championship. So the Rugby Championship will be decided this weekend. And the big thing is, how can you watch all the action live and in HD preferably for free? Now, before we show you exactly how to do that, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Now, if you're in Australia, you can watch for free on Stan Sport because they do offer a 7-day free trial. If you're outside Australia, you can still use that 7-day free trial, but you'll have to use something called a VPN, which is a virtual private network, and basically that geolocates your device to make it seem as if you are somewhere else, in this case, Australia. So we recommend using Bitdefender. They're one of our channel partners, and the reason we partner with them is because they have world-leading cybersecurity as well as a really good VPN. So link in the description. Go and get yourself Bitdefender. Go and install. And as you can see, at the moment, my connection is secured. I'm currently on a connection with Australia. So over there, you can go and select all the different locations, stuff like that. We are currently connected to Australia. And then I've got a Stan Sport free trial, and I'm currently watching Wimbledon. How easy is that? It is literally that easy. You get yourself a VPN, you connect to Australia, and you can then go to Stan Sport and sign up for a free trial and watch all the sport. You can use this method to watch Argentina versus the Springboks as well, and a lot of people have been using this method to watch the entire Rugby Championship. And you can even probably use this method to watch some of the World Cup as well. So it is literally as easy as that. There's the link in the description and an entire guide in the description, so step by step what you need. If you have any questions, put them in the comments below. Apart from that, smash a like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen.
Slips, it's Bledisloe Cup Eve. How's the team feeling? I guess confident after 2 weeks of training?
Yeah, we've actually trained really well. The last week or 10 days have been pretty tough. So yeah, we know what's in front of us. We know what we have to do. We're going to have to put in one hell of a shift to get a result. So boys are prepared well. We're looking forward to it.
So it didn't seem like there was too many words up there just before alongside Artie.
It's because we were trying to smile for the cameras, mate. No. There's a lot of respect there. We've played a lot of rugby against each other. No, we're excited for the game, mate.
Melbourne this time last year, there was a bit in that one. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember it. Oh, it hurts. Like whenever you don't get the result, it's always going to hurt you. And I guess in the fashion that we kind of blew that game, makes it hurt a little bit more. So, for us, hopefully, we can play a game which, it's on our terms. We don't have a referee come in and, I guess, decide it right at the end there. So, it was a great game to be a part of. We absolutely love playing in Melbourne. The crowd was unbelievable last year, and we're expecting the same tomorrow.
Do you use it as motivation for that game?
I'm not sure it's motivation. I think if you look at our last 2 recent games, that's pretty motivating. We've come off 2 pretty disappointing results, both in Africa and in Sydney. So we're probably looking back to those games and trying to get better. We understand that we've got a new coach now. There's a new playing group, slightly different to the team that played last year here in Melbourne. So it's hard to not shy away from the fact that last year was tough, but we're a new group now.
You were off at the time, but I mean you captained the team, but you were off. Did you guys take lessons from that as far as leaders about communicating with referees and understanding the management of the game?
In that aspect, yeah, we did. I think it's just about a bit of game smarts really back then. But as I said, mate, it's a new year. Ideally, we're in full control of what we're doing as players.
James, what have you seen on the training field in the past week that makes you feel you can turn this around?
There's been a lot of hard work, a lot of honesty. I guess a lot of bad habits that we've formed over the last 10, 20 years that we haven't been able to win the Bledisloe. So for us, we're trying to change that in the way we train, understanding what we're doing wrong, and then training it out of us. So it's a bit of a work in progress at the moment, but we're confident we're on the right track for sure. Yeah. Just a little bit of experience, I guess, to close out a game. Where Eddie's mentioned at the start of the year that he's probably going to use 5 captains throughout the year, and that's probably something that's not going to change. With HIA and injuries and that sort of stuff coming into the game in the past or recent history. So not much is going to change for me. My job around the team throughout the week hasn't changed. It's just about now supporting the guys that start, Alan, Tate, those boys who are going to lead the boys out initially in the game, and then
well done.
Played on the bench as well, so there's a bit of age.
We're just there.
Oh yeah, nothing big. We're Brighton, so near St Kilda.
Oh
Yeah, so a bit further out. As in the stadium. Not so much. We've been to the stadium throughout the week, and for a lot of us, that was the first time we've walked into the G. So it was, being a fanatical sports fan, I actually loved it. It's huge. It's going to be a great atmosphere. Like if I think back to Marvel last year, it was unbelievable. So to move over to the MCG and have a crack there would be unbelievable.
James, the All Blacks are excited to be playing at the MCG. What does it mean for an Australian to play on the MCG?
It's one of the world's greatest stadiums. So for us, we're lucky to call it home. We've seen some sporting events there held in the past. And I guess you always look at those big moments in sport, and most of them are at the MCG. For us, we're extremely humbled. We understand how much the Melbourne public love their sport, and we want to make sure we put on a performance that they're proud of, but also ourselves. But we can't wait to get out there. The stadium itself is unbelievable.
Does the Bledisloe history of the last 20 years weigh you down, or does it motivate you to turn it all around?
I'll probably get asked that question every year. My first game was actually here in Melbourne against the All Blacks, and I got asked that question then. So it's one of those things that we're just going to have to understand. That's part of our history. It's been 20 years now, and as I said a little bit earlier, it's a new group, new coach. We got high endeavours to push forward and win the cup. So it's a 2-horse race. The odds don't really stack up when you've lost 20 in a row. And that's on us as players, and that's something we're trying to rectify.
Slips, as you mentioned, you want to win the cup, but you have 2 tough losses, and the All Blacks are coming off 2 big wins. Why should Australian rugby fans believe that this is the year that Bledisloe's coming home?
Mate, you're dead right. And it goes back to what I'm saying. We're trying to build something. We've changed what we're doing in terms of staff, coaches. There's new players in the squad. Just like you look at tomorrow, we've got a new 5'8" who's going to lead us around. He's young. He's from Melbourne. So there's a different landscape to us. But in saying that, I'm not going to stand here and say we're the finished product. But one thing I'm going to say is we're going to work very hard to be.
Do you get any confidence? Like last year, you've written off as well, and then you come out and push it for all but 80 odd minutes. Does that give you any confidence knowing that you can turn it around?
Oh yeah, you take confidence from your recent games. And it goes back, like last year was a different group. So you can look into that as much as you want, but for us, we got humbled in South Africa, and we were disappointed in Sydney. So for us, we're looking at those 2 recent games under Eddie and the playing group that we've got, and we know we've got to be better. We let ourselves down, and as I said, we're trying to change some habits that have been formed over the last decade or 2.
James, in terms of those habits, discipline seems to be a key one. There's been a stack of yellow cards. Has it been a key theme during preparations for this game?
Yeah, discipline is something I feel like I talk about a lot. I guess in our sport, the referee has a pretty hard job to referee the game, and for us, we always seem to be on the wrong side of that, and that's on us as players. We've spoken about it, but it's reoccurring, and that's probably the issue. But we've addressed it, we've trained it. We need to see that transfer into the game.
You prepared for the All Blacks to give you a bit of niggle to maybe suck you into a few cards?
No, I'm not expecting that. They're a team that, they want to win just as much as we do. So I'm sure it's going to be physical. There'll be parts of the game that get heated, but that's only natural. But I can't see them trying to niggle us into anything.
Eddie has won the cup, and he seems sort of quite bold, quite fearless about the task. You know, does that kind of rub off on you guys at all?
Eddie's definitely a coach who says his mind. He's a lot different to what we're used to, and to be fair, we've really enjoyed that sort of approach. So, does it rub off on us players? I think so a little bit, but I think that's probably more of an individual playing question.
James, can you expand a little bit more about how important it is for Melbourne to be part of that rugby footprint in Australia, and obviously MCG being part of that as well?
How important Melbourne is?
Yeah.
Oh, well, it's a big part of sport in Australia. Not just rugby, but I think in general, every sport wants to play in Melbourne, and rugby union is no different. We absolutely love it here. Every time we play here, we play in some of the the most passionate fans going around, and it's got a big footprint in our country for sport, and we want to be a team that's represented on the field in Melbourne.
And what does it mean to get out to the MCG? What are you expecting tomorrow?
Well, as I said earlier, it's a dream come true for a lot of us. Like, a lot of us haven't even been inside the stadium. So the other day we walked in there, and it's incredible. Like, I'm a Queenslander, so I grew up, at Suncorp Stadium, so it's a little bit bigger than that. But I think the biggest thing about the G is just the history behind it, and that's something that we all understand, and that's probably why we're so excited.
Do you try and get to the footy tonight?
I'd love to. Maybe a few boys are.
Thanks, guys.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. For today's preview, Australia versus New Zealand, the Bledisloe Cup, ladies and gentlemen. One of the most exciting sort of internal cups in the world. Probably one of the biggest, if not the biggest. And it's a lot of fun to see how Bledisloe Cups go. Because if there's one game, I always say, I've been saying it for however long we've been doing this. There's one game, one sort of cup or tournament, mini tournament, that Australia always managed to make interesting. It is the Bledisloe Cup, despite the fact that they haven't won it in a long, long time, to be honest. I think they last held the Bledisloe Cup, I think we're talking about 2002, about 20 years ago, 21 years ago. So it has been incredibly dominant. However, if you look at some of the results, it is the game, especially the Australian leg, where Australia off pitch out. If you look at last year, for example, I think they lost by just 2 points before then getting absolutely hammered the week after that. Similarly, the year before, they lost by, I think it was 15 points and then got hammered in New Zealand. So the New Zealand games are not usually very close. But when they actually happen in Australia, they're often pretty close. And it is in Australia this weekend. It is in Melbourne at the MCG, the Melbourne Cricket Ground. So, it could be record attendances, could be a very big crowd. I know they are still trying to sell tickets, but it should be a lot of fun. Now, before we look at the two sides, an incredibly interesting side for Australia and a very solid side. Well, a lot of continuity with the side from Ian Foster for the New Zealanders. Let's please do smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well, and let's have a look at them, shall we? So we'll start with the home side, which is Australia. I don't think too many people would have predicted this side. A couple of very big calls in very important positions, and a lot of that is James Slipper, the captain, being relegated down to the bench, with Tanea Tupou, who will make his return to Australian colours for this year, off the bench as well. So very much a powerful two props coming later in the game. As a result, Alan Alato will captain the side. He'll start at tight head. He's got Angus Bell on the other side of the scrum. David Parecki does continue to start in the middle of those two. Nick Frost, Will Skelton reignite, or their sort of lock combination. We saw that against the Springboks before Nick Frost was dropped, but he is back into the starting lineup. And Jed Holloway does keep his spot, but young Tom Hooper has recovered from injury and he will start in the number 7 jersey. No Michael Hooper just yet. He's still silent with injury. Rob Valentini continues in the number 8. Now, this is where it's been very brave. Our all-new halfback pairing of Tate McDermott and Carter Gordon. Eddie Jones staying cautious to win and backing the young scrum half and fly half to just do something, I suppose. And I think it's a little bit of show us what you got. At the end of the day, if you want to be a top player, you want to, bench a Nick White and a Craig Cooper, you've got to really show us what you've got. You've got to really show us you've got the mettle to put pressure on these sort of standout players. And what better opportunity to do that than the current form team of the world? And New Zealand are very much the form team of the world right now. Arguably Ireland as well, but obviously they haven't played quite in a few months. And New Zealand have looked very good in not only the last 2 matches, but actually in the last sort of 10 months. Last year started to build quite nicely. This year they've very much looked back to their best. Elsewhere, Korobeti, Mark Nawakanitanaswe, he does continue there. Was a very, very good performance from him last weekend with that, or 2 weekends ago with that intercept try. Simon McRae, Jordan Bataya are the centre combination. So no Len Ikatau, and as a result, Bataya will get an opportunity to stay claim, and a new full back in Andrew Kellaway as well, who comes into the side and does start. No Tom Wright. He's actually dropped out of the squad completely. Then off the bench, Jordan Ulesi, James Slipper, Tanea Tupou will try and sort of nullify the impact that, Samasani Takawao, for example, coming off the bench for the All Blacks. So trying to sort of nullify the impact they're going to have. And Richie Arnold drops down to the bench. Rob Leox is still there. And then Nick White, Pete Salmouth, which I think for me is a bit of a bizarre selection. But Nick White, Craig Cooper, and Isaiah Perezi are the back line replacements. So Nick White, Craig Cooper will look to bring their experience on later in the match. If we look at the New Zealand side, it's always a bit boring in that it's pretty predictable in that every single decision has been quite a simple. We stuck with our same team. There's an injury, therefore he comes in, and there's a return from injury, therefore he comes in. Type of situation, or certain players who have not been available are now suddenly available and come back into the side. So in the front row, Ethan de Groot, Cody Taylor, Tyrrell Lomax continue their front row partnership, as do Brody Metallic and Scott Barrett in the second row with their lock partnership. So it is the same tight 5 that did beat the Springboks. In fact, there is only one change to the pack that sees Dalton Papali'i come in for the injured Sam Cane. Shannon Brazil starts off a very good game against the Boks, and Artie Sevilla will captain New Zealand on the day. Aaron Smith, Richie Mwanga are the halfback pairing. Bowden Barrett, Geordie Barrett continue in their 12 and 15 roles. Mark Taylor will join the 2 wings. Rico Awani will continue to sort of hone in his partnership with Geordie Barrett as well. Then off the bench, Samasoni Takawao, Ofa Tuongafasi, and Nepo Lualala. Very good replacement front row that the All Blacks do have. The big Sam Whitelock is back from injury and will come off. Will make his return to the All Black colours this year. Off the bench, they've got Luke Jacobson who comes to the bench as well as Dalton Papali'i moving into the starting lineup. So Luke Jacobson moves onto the bench. Cam Roygott is set to make his debut for the All Blacks, the young halfback. Then you've got Anton Leonard-Brown, who is back after suspension. He comes into the side and will look to put pressure on both those sort of centres and really try to sort of stay claim to start there. Potentially, Caleb Clark continues to wear number 23 jersey, which in itself is quite an interesting decision. Kickoff is about 12 o'clock. South African Standard Time, it's 11:45. And as I said, it is at the MCG. So it should be a really cool game. It's a very cool venue. It is the largest trophy in the world. And then the return fixture will be next weekend. At the end of the day, Australia looking at 2 from 2, looking at 3 for 3 losses. So they need to show something, don't they? At the end of the day, they haven't really shown much to sort of warrant any sort of hype about them potentially doing well in the World Cup so far. This is a big opportunity for them. At the end of the day, Eddie Jones has basically said that the New Zealand economy could be impacted if they were to lose this weekend. And it's played a bit of mind games out there, so it should be quite a fun occasion. I will be live for it. Come and join me on Saturday. Please do smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen, and I'll chat to you soon. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. Australia versus New Zealand, the first Bledisloe Cup match of the year. And the Bledisloe Cup is always a brilliant encounter because it's one of the few matches where, regardless of form, teams pick themselves up. And it'll be interesting to see exactly sort of the performance we see from Australia this weekend. It is also the second last game of the Rugby Championship. So the Rugby Championship will be decided this weekend. And the big thing is, how can you watch all the action live and in HD preferably for free? Now, before we show you exactly how to do that, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Now, if you're in Australia, you can watch for free on Stan Sport because they do offer a 7-day free trial. If you're outside Australia, you can still use that 7-day free trial, but you'll have to use something called a VPN, which is a virtual private network, and basically that geolocates your device to make it seem as if you are somewhere else, in this case, Australia. So we recommend using Bitdefender. They are one of our channel partners, and the reason we partner with them is because they have world-leading cybersecurity as well as a really good VPN. So link in the description. Go and get yourself Bitdefender. Go and install. And as you can see At the moment, my connection is secured. I'm currently on a connection with Australia. So over there, you can go and select all the different locations, stuff like that. We are currently connected to Australia. And then I've got a Stan Sport free trial, and I'm currently watching Wimbledon. How easy is that? It is literally that easy. You get yourself a VPN, you connect to Australia, and you can then go to Stan Sport and sign up for a free trial and watch all the sport. You can use this method to watch Argentina versus the Springboks as well, and a lot of people have been using this method to watch the entire Rugby Championship. And you can even probably use this method to watch some of the World Cup as well. So it is literally as easy as that. There's the link in the description and an entire guide in the description, so step by step what you need. If you have any questions, put them in the comments below. Apart from that, smash like, subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. And it is D-Day, I suppose, for the Rugby Championship. The final day, final round of the Rugby Championship. It all comes down to these two games. And for South Africans, very much supporting Australia in the first game of the day, which is the first game of the Bledisloe Cup, actually. And it should be quite interesting to see how both teams go. Because, I mean, for me, New Zealand, I mean, a win for New Zealand puts them in second place in the world rankings. And to be honest, I think they very much deserve that. And I think that we are starting to see a New Zealand side getting back to the top and back to their best. So what's going to be interesting is to see, can they continue that? I mean, because you inevitably always have a bit of a shake, a little bit of a stutter when you sort of start to build these kind of records. So will that be the case today, or will they literally just pick up where they left off against the Boks and just continue going? So it'll be interesting to see exactly how that all sort of plays out, and it should be very, hopefully should be a very entertaining game. But for the Australians, I mean, they need to show us something, don't they? That's been the big issue for them, is that they just haven't shown anybody yet what they're capable of, and that's becoming a problem for them. And Eddie Jones is, trying to sort of brush it aside and say, oh, we're going to win the World Cup, and they're, releasing cool adverts and stuff like that. But realistically, it's not looking good, and we need to see something from Australia today. Very interesting calls as well being made by Eddie Jones and Ian Foster being a pretty straightforward team. So we've got 9 minutes for kickoff, so we've still got a little bit of time. So what I'm going to ask you guys to do right now is to start putting your predictions in the comments below. And give me your score predictions. Let me know where you're watching from, who you're supporting, what is the chat for the day, who we support. Are we all on the sort of, as South Africans, are we all on the Australia hype train? We need them to do a favour. They kind of need to beat the All Blacks and deny them a bonus point, or any sort of points really, for them to give us a chance of winning today. So let me know what you think is going to happen in the game. But in case you have missed it, let's have a look at the two teams that are being put out today. And we'll start with Australia. Right, so as you can see, a lot of consistency with selection when it comes to Ian Foster and for Eddie Jones. Well, I mean, quite a brave call on the halfback pairing. I mean, to go and give Carter Gordon his first test start ever. Next Tate McDermott against the All Blacks in the Bledisloe Cup. It doesn't get much bigger than that, does it? I mean, I think this is, yeah. I mean, it's one of the toughest stages to try and really sort of show everybody what you got. But isn't that the whole sort of point, isn't it? You know, I suppose, you know, it's the case of you're either good enough or you're not. And you know, if you want to prove yourself and you want to sort of show yourself that you're at the, you're at the top and you can play at this level, then what an opportunity it is, isn't it? I do think it is quite brave for Eddie Jones, but I think it's also a bit of, you know, nothing to lose, everything to gain type of scenario where what do they have to lose at the end of the day? It's they've lost 2 on the trot now. They got hammered against South Africa. They lost at home against Argentina. So something has to change. Something has to give. And if that potential change that they're going to try is the halfback pairing, then I suppose, you know, if there's ever a team to try and prove your worth, then the All Blacks are definitely one of them, if not the one. So it's an interesting decision made by Eddie Jones, and he'll have to sort of wait and see before he really knows whether he's been vilified in making it or not. But yeah, so I'm just trying to sort out. Trying to make sure everything is working here. Yeah, so we're just trying to make sure. I'm just trying to make sure to get everything working because the one thing isn't at the moment. But yeah, we're finally sort of seem to be. I mean, I understand. I mean, it says it was a 11:45 kickoff, and yet they haven't even left the change room yet. So the whole scheduling for me is very frustrating. But what can you do? What can you do? But the good news is that you got a bit more time to look at the team and stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, I got a couple of predictions in the comments. Sparrows going 40 points to 15. But honestly, who are these Wallabies players? Yeah, maybe not the most. It's a couple of new faces that we haven't seen a lot of, but a good opportunity to sort of, I suppose, you know, see what Australia do have in the bag. Gary Smith earlier was saying, for Arsenal Ireland, the Springboks favourites for Rugby World Cup. All teams have to watch rotation of staff, injuries and peaking too soon. Carter Gordon may just bring a new attacking flair to the game. Quill saying going to be massive. Eddie is the past master at creating controversy. Sean Farrell saying, surprised Australia wins. Aussie B team. Says Craig Morgan, and Daniel saying, I hope Australia can do us a favour by beating the All Blacks, but I still see the All Blacks winning by 15. Yeah, it's difficult to look past the All Blacks, isn't it, in terms of the result for today. But you never know. Maybe, just maybe, they can do us a favour. I'll be very surprised. But yeah, let's just see. I just hope it's a good game at the end of the day. I suppose it's the only thing we can really hope for, is for it to be a pretty good game. Why isn't this working? We'll get there. We'll get there. But just please do smash like the video, by the way. Please do go vote on the poll as well. We've got had over 400 votes, so please do continue voting on the poll before we do have kickoff. The teams are finally making their way to the park. As I said, I don't know what's taken us so long to get going. We're gonna have kickoff at 12, which is supposedly 15 minutes after. So obviously, you know, when they say 1:45, it's their time's a bit different to what our time is and our expectations. But we move. We don't. We're not going to complain. We're going to keep grafting here. Right, there we go. My sponsor board is there. We're going to try and get the subscriber sort of counters to get working. We're having a bit of trouble with that. But we'll hopefully be able to sort it out very soon. Oh, some dances and stuff happening. Yeah, we've got the whole welcome now to Australia. The acknowledgement of country is what it's called officially. Apologies. Yeah, let me get my terminology right. The acknowledgement of countries. So it's currently happening at the moment. Then we'll have our anthems, then we'll have a haka, and then eventually we will have a bit of rugby. So yeah, taking a bit of time. So it's getting a bit frustrating, but what can you do? What can you do? They're acknowledging different people at the moment. I'm just trying to get this sorted. Now they're doing a welcome dance. There we go. Don't do that. Well, I'm having a good time, yeah, am I? Yeah, we'll be ready to go in just a second, people. Just give me 2 seconds. I don't know why that's even happening. This is all just going haywire. It's all ready to go, and now it's just problem, and more problems. But give me 2 seconds, and we'll be ready to go, yeah, people. Meanwhile, if anybody's watching this this dance, let me know what it's like. Right, we're finally getting the anthems underway, which is about bloody time, isn't it? Right, there we go. All seems to be working now. Right, just in time for kickoff. Right, now I can settle in. Now I can feel a bit more comfortable about everything. Right, so we've got all that working. Yeah, everything seems to be working, people. This is good news. Right. So we are literally minutes away from kickoff. You've still got a bit of time to get your predictions in. So let me know who you think's gonna win. The poll is definitely not as dominant as I thought it would be. I thought they'd be far more dominant for New Zealand. What I have been saying during the week though is that in Australia, Bledisloe Cup at home it does tend to be a game where they do generally pitch up. They are usually a lot better about it than in previous other games. But again, it's a strange Australian side. It's a pretty risky side, I think. A bit of a caution to the wind side from Eddie Jones. And whether it'll work or not, well, we're about to find out, aren't we? So the annoying thing is we're about to have kickoff just before I need to get something else sorted, which is very annoying. So, just really, if you guys just sort of stick to, the schedules that we're supposed to have, it'll be fantastic. So that I can, stick to the schedule that I had. Got the Australian national anthem underway. They are 1-3, by the way. Big change to the anthem in the last year. Not young and free, 1-3. They are no longer young. They are now apparently old enough to just be 1-3, not young and free. Yep, Eddie Jones looking a little bit pretty serious over there. So who are the players to watch today? Who are the ones we need to keep an eye out? For me, I'm very keen to see how Angus Bell goes for Australia, as well as obviously your halfback pairing. Mark Nawangani-Tawase had a pretty good game 2 weeks ago, and Andrew Kellaway's back to the squad. So those are sort of the players that I want to sort of keep an eye on. I also like to see a bit more of Tom Hooper, who obviously got injured quite early in that game against the Springboks. If we look at New Zealand, Richie Mo'unga for me was at his best a couple of weeks ago, so interested to see how he does go today. Also very keen to see how Jordy Barrett continues developing at inside centre. Dalton Papali'i gets an opportunity on the 7 jersey there off the bench. I'm keen to see what Luke Jacobson can do. Anton Brown as well is someone to keep an eye on. So yeah, for me, quite a few players that I'm really keen to sort of see how they go today. So Aaron Smith getting ready to lead the haka. Coming up to his last game in New Zealand, actually, which was quite an emotional one for him. I think it'll be next weekend will be his final game in New Zealand. So yeah, it's all sort of becoming quite real, I think, for one of the greatest scrum halves of all time. And here we've got the haka, which is going to give me a bit of time to get the Springbok stream sorted. So give me 2 seconds. There we go. Right, now we're ready. Which I have been saying a couple of times. I apologize. I said it's all been a bit messy here. But we're ready to go. We are ready to go. Kickoff will be in a few minutes. For the taster, really, before the main event. As Springbok fans, the laters all were looking forward to. I also think, to be fair, in terms of the closest of teams, probably far more, this in theory could be far more one-sided. Yeah, so Sonic Arabia and Cora Beatty looking on there. Big games ahead for them if they're going to try and get themselves sorted. And they're putting a boomerang ahead of them. Interesting. A lot of customary things happening today, to be fair, which is quite cool, I suppose. Adds a bit of extra flair to it. No, I love how the throat slitting is well back in there. Will Scarlton has a bit of a nod. He's ready to go. I'd like to see Will Scarlton get into big games today. I think he's been a player with a lot of hype, a lot of talk about him, but has yet to really sort of come good in an Australian shirt. So he's, I think, one of the players who I think, I wouldn't say he's under pressure as such, but he's just not been able to replicate what he's been doing in France. In top 14 in the international arena. And until you can really do that, I think you're always going to kind of struggle to sort of be considered a world-class lock. Yeah, until you really sort of knuckle that sort of part of your game down and become world class in an international point of view. Right, there is kickoff. We are finally underway. The Rugby Championship comes to a close today, and it is a pretty short kickoff, but it's well recognised there by Australia, and they do have possession. First touch of the ball for Tate McDermott, who is into the starting lineup. And he goes back to Carter Gordon, the young Carter Gordon, who goes down the middle of the MCG. A lot of fans over there. Inside ball early on here, and Burton Barrett's going to kick and chase. Good take there. I think it's Andrew Kellaway underneath that. Big carry there coming from, I think it was Jed Holloway. Carter Gordon goes to his captain for the day, and a turn. James Slipper off the bench. Now Karevi goes to the boot, comes off the side a little bit, and Mark Telea underneath that. And looking to try and rip the ball in the tackle there is Jordan Patayo, who comes into the starting line today. Right up against the fringes there is Shannon Frizzell. Gives it back to Aaron Smith, who goes inside. And Dalton Papali'i. It's good defense here. They go down the short side. It's a rare mistake from Aaron Smith as his pass doesn't find anybody and it goes out for a line out for Australia. It's a pretty good start to that for Australia in that opening patch to play. New Zealand looking a little bit disorganised, which you don't often see. Carter Gordon goes flat to Karevi. Now, change direction. The Carter Gordon going to the boot there, looking high in the air, right towards the right hand side, yeah. And it's Mark Tellier who comes away with it. The two marks going up there. So slow ball here for New Zealand. Now they're going flat. Ethan de Groot on the angle. Good tackle coming from Alan Alato. Putting a big ship last week on defense did the tight head. Aaron Smith going back to Richie Mo'unga in the pocket. He goes to the boot for the first time today. I think we're going to see quite a lot of this. And Kellaway managed to tap it back, but I think it's Scott Barrett who's come through and secured it. Now Aaron Smith, little chip over the head. There's nobody home. Carter Gordon is backtracking. And that's going to be absolutely perfect from Aaron Smith. And Carter Gordon, all you can do is really sort of marshal that in. Why are we playing with yellow lines? It's like, why? Why would you do that? It makes zero sense. Why would you play with yellow lines? What is going on here? Oh, jeepers, and it's a try. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. That is dreadful. That is absolutely dreadful. Look what has just happened. I mean, Tate McDermott, I mean, you won't know where to look. He's been caught on the ball. Bang. Huge hit from Scott Barrett. Shannon Frizzell just goes and touches the ball down. I mean, that is one of the softest tries you will ever see. They're going to check on the offside, I think. Well, no, he's happy to give it, actually. So, yeah, he's timed it perfectly. Taking far too long there. Has Tate McDermott. He's been hammered by Scott Barrett. The ball's come loose. And that is the easiest try you will ever score. Ever score. That is shambolic. I mean, Eddie Jones would have spent the entire week planning, getting ready for this game, talking about sort of, being sharp and not making mistakes. And then you go and you do that, which is inexcusable. I mean, that is one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen. How have you made that kind of mistake? That is... Ugh, okay. Send on Nick White. Send on Nick White. Yeah, far too laboured and the ball coming loose. It's a huge hit as well. Oh my goodness, Scott Barrett. Oh dear, dear, dear. Right, it's 5 points to nil after 5 minutes, well, almost 4.5 minutes. And kick off for Australia. This time they go down the left-hand side. Oh, it's a big hit coming from Corabetti on Brody Retallick. But the ball is available there for Aaron Smith. Cody Taylor shifting to the left-hand side there, creating a bit of a better angle here for Aaron Smith to find the clearance. Aaron Smith looking for, can't look for touch though. The ball's carried back. Kellaway underneath it. Back from injury. Back into the squad. Tate McDermott goes to Angus Bell into the lineup here. James Slipper being used for an impact player this weekend. Now Carter Gordon. No, hands, Karevi. And Bataille makes a yard or two. Holloway now. McDermott. Karevi makes a yard or two. Up to the 10-meter line. Nice big. That's a bit better from Will Skelton. They'll expect him to do more of that. Now Carter Gordon. What are options he got there? Goes pretty short. And it's Angus Bell who gets away from one. It's eventually brought down past 10-meter line. Very good this in Australia now. No one can need to ask there. No one can need to ask there. Straight through. Has he got the pace? Has he got the pace? He doesn't. He's still going though. He's looking for support. Just take contact, mate. He eventually takes contact. McDermott down the right-hand side. Pataya showing go. Eventually goes himself. He was looking for the pass. Eventually decides to go himself. There weren't too many options. Quick ball here. Nick Frost, good inside step there. Artie Sevilla working hard on the ground. Oh, dummy there from McDermott. They're 2 meters out here, Australia. This has been a really good build-up as well. Pick up and go from the Australian captain. That's Alan Alatoa. Pick up and go once again. Will Skelton wants it. He pops it up. Rob Ballatini. Well, Skelton is celebrating. Has he been dragged over here? Is there grounding? They're going to try and recycle this. It's available. Carter Gordon. Karevi. How is he short? How is he short? Brilliant defense. McDermott, Kellaway, pops it up to Corabetti in the corner. Has he got it down though? I mean, this could be either a brilliant try-saving tackle or a very good try. Yeah, I also want to look at grounding under the post. I think that, for me, actually probably looked better, to be honest. So we're going to look at the Corabetti grounding here. It's a big attack coming from Rico Awani. It's a phenomenal tackle. His arm goes down. Okay, so he's in touch. So Corabetti, I mean, it's a brilliant tackle from Rico Awani, by the way. Absolutely brilliant from him. But they're going to go check under the poles because this actually might be a defunct point. They might have actually already scored earlier. But he's allowed to place. So I think he's allowed to have a go here. Valentini goes down. And then he places it. I think he touched the line. Yeah, I think they've scored this, by the way. So he's short there. Then he's allowed to place. And the referee has said that they're happy that this is that this is him trying to place. And I think that's over. Yeah, I think that's try time. Under the poles here. This could be Australia ahead. Yeah, they can award the try. There we go. Australia hit back. Well, 7 points to 5. Well, kick to come. But basically 7 points to 5. I don't think too many people saw that coming. Really good work there in the build-up there. No one going to need to ask there. Really good carry there. Jordan Bataille getting involved there. I enjoyed the pace there from Tate McDermott. Really keeping things alive as well. Much, much better. We kind of have... Where's that been from Australia? Yeah, really, really good build-up there. I mean, and just a small moment there. It was a very nice carry by Will Skelton where he sort of showed his physicality. And that's kind of a little bit of what they're missing. It's amazing how one or two you know, when you're dominant in the collision, it's something that Dwayne Firmino was actually talking about a bit yesterday, is not being dominant. They weren't dominant in the collisions. As Carter Gordon looks for that clearance down the left-hand side, will find touch. Will Jordan there, taking just on the on the right-hand side there. When you dominate the collision, how much easier it is to recycle the ball, to really sort of up the ante, because that's the problem. When you don't dominate the collision, then it becomes a lot easier for other teams to sort of make it down the breakdown. Now they go over the top there to Jody Barrett, inside to Will Jordan. New Zealand go. Will Jordan into 22. Good move there. Aaron Smith looking for a quick ball. Finds Cody Taylor. Cody Taylor comes on the inside. Gets away from Frost. Eventually brought down by Skelton. Aaron Smith firing it off to Brody Metallic. Good carry from him. Down the right-hand side. Once again down the short side. Scott Barrett. Working hard. Pick up and go though. Shannon Frizzell. So actually Artie Severe taking it there. This is now Frizzell. And Tom Hooper is lurking, wants to try and get his hand over that ball. Ethan de Groot goes himself. Good defense here from Australia, but they're right up against it. Oh, it's a really good... I think it's Will Skelton's come through. He's turned the ball over, actually. Big mistake from New Zealand. Australia capitalise. Now Pataya goes to the boot. Yeah, it does find touch. Not the best touch find. I can't slip off his boot to the right-hand side. Right, line up for New Zealand. On the far side. Australia do go up to compete. It's a great take there from Scott Barrett. They got a bit of a run going here with the maul. Cody Taylor working the ball back to stop at the back of the maul. Still going here. It's pretty well set here from the All Blacks. Aaron Smith goes. Fires out Jordie Barrett. To Richie Mo'unga. To Taylor. Oh, that's a great tackle. Samu Karevi. What a read that is. And a penalty to Australia. Samu Karevi, take a bow. The read, the tackle, the hit. That was absolutely inch perfect from him. And it was a really good little ball. A couple of sort of short passes here. Karevi fires up his line and hammers Martelea. And then Australia managed to get a couple of bodies in there. And New Zealand, I think, guilty of sealing off there as they go towards touch. The yellow lines are not doing it for me here, people. I don't know about you guys, but I'm really, really not impressed with the yellow lines. I'm struggling to sort of see it. But what a tackle this is. Nice and low. David Pereki to Frost. Carter Gordon getting flag green to Rob Valentini. Valentini brought down Papali'i and Jordie Barrett. Now Gordon goes to the air. A lot of chases there. It's good take there from Bowden Barrett. No one needs to ask. He needs to be careful there, which he went up the air quite recklessly. Managed to not make contact though. Frizzell is caught on the ball. Aaron Smith goes down the short side there. Deft hands from Bowden Barrett. Artie Severe brought down by Andrew Kellaway. Show and go there from Papali'i. Now Aaron Smith goes to the box kick. Carter Gordon is back in there. Goes inside to Corey Beatty. Corey Beatty puts his head down. He wants to go have a good dip. Good tackle from Cody Taylor. Needs to Groot. Now quick ball here. Carter Gordon going nice and flat. Good hands there. Inside ball here. I think it's Nick Frost. Pereki now. Oh, the ball's been ripped in the tackle, but determines and Wiles pop it up to Tom Hooper. Hooper's slightly isolated. Cody Taylor's there, but he has to release. McDermott pops it up for Will Skelton. He managed to get away back to McDermott. Carter Gordon goes himself, making a few meters, stepping inside out. Oh, that's a big hit from Gurevi. He sat somebody down. Oh, inside switch there. No one need to ask. Trying to come on the inside, but was very well read by the All Blacks. And another penalty now. Decision time penalty. This is very kickable. It's about 10 to 15 meters, about 10 meters past the 10. Towards the right-hand side, I reckon they could very well take the points. Leaving the features of the call. And I think the shot has been called. Right, this has been very good from Australia, by the way. And I'm not going to sit there and say I told you so, but I was really hoping that they were going to pitch up a bit today and try and make this a bit of a game. Because if they kind of sort of played the way they did it at Loftus, I think New Zealand would have blown them away very, very quickly. And sliding to the left there from Carter Gordon. It's a pretty bad miss. So yeah, I suppose that's the pressure of that comes with the nerves. It's a bit of a nervy kick there. It should have been slotted. That should have been 10 points to 5. But I think Eddie Jones will be sitting in his coaching box, feeling a lot more comfortable about life after the start. They have looked far more competitive. But look, the structure looked a lot better. You know. Bertini, it's a good carry from him. Now Carter Gordon. It's gone high. It's not gone particularly far. And Mark Talea makes a very good take. Brought down by Nwanguni Tuase. Corey Taylor step inside. Quite a little lethal inside step, doesn't he? Now, little chip and chase. Straight to Will Jordan. Tackled by Jordan Pataia. Good work this from the All Blacks. Aaron Smith fires it out towards Jordy Barrett. Jordy Barrett to Mark Talea. Goes himself. He's eventually brought down by Karevi. Tom Hooper was over it. Frizzell brought down by McDermott. Just outside the 22 now is Beauden Barrett. Scott Barrett, a little bit stagnant in the receive there. And another penalty at the breakdown for Australia. Holding on this time. Yeah, I thought Scott Barrett he almost wasn't expecting that and was a little bit isolated. A couple of Australian players getting their hands over that ball, winning that penalty. Right, they don't find touch though, Australia, so that's another big mistake from them. The return falls to, I think it's Tate McDermott. He goes inside to Carter Gordon. Carter Gordon, looking for options, go down that right-hand side. He's put a lot on that. Straight to Beauden Barrett. Now he's looking to run it. Eventually goes to the boot. Now Corey Betty. Corey Betty knows one way. He does chip to the left-hand side. You don't often see that from him. Will Jordan now. Leaves the safety 22. He returns the favour. Once again, going pretty central. Kellaway. So many players at the moment are just sort of, trading places here. Kellaway trying to find a bit of spot. Oh dear, I think that's too much on it. No, it's just inside. Not a bad kick in the end. Mwanga wants to go himself. Chip over the top. Bounce with the ball. Well, I'll tell you what. I don't think Richie Mwanga could almost have been penalised taking him out the ball here. Australia do have it back though. It is to take McDermott at the base of the ruck. Oh, that's a horrible little pass there. I didn't have a toe though. Managed to pick it up off the floor. Now McDermott just rolling it back. Box kick there. Nwanguni Tuase. A lot of track for him to get through. The ball does bounce. Mark Talea is having to backtrack here. He's got Will Jordan. He does go to Will Jordan. Will Jordan sort of weighing up his options. Decides to go to the boot. A bit of a fumble here from Carter Gordon, but it goes backwards. Still a bit of space and time. It goes on the right-hand side. Beauden Barrett looking to try and run down the left-hand side. Yeah, it does chip over the top. And McDermott does do very well, but penalty for taking the man out, not the ball. So it's a well worked from Beauden Barrett. Win a penalty. First penalty in a while actually for the All Blacks. Yeah, who's the man? Yeah, so it's Simon Karevi who just jumps after. I mean, that's pretty stupid. If you're gonna kick, if you're gonna jump, you have to jump way before that to try and genuinely charge down. But he actually jumps afterwards and takes up Beauden Barrett. Pretty easy penalty in the end to award. Right, not even the 20-minute mark. I tell you what, the pace to play here at the moment is not bad. When they actually eventually hold onto the ball, they had quite a lot of kicking in the last sort of 5 minutes, but quite a sort of tactical arm wrestle. And this is where the All Blacks have managed to get themselves in as Watchalong carries it into the 22. A little bit isolated though, must be said, but they do manage to recycle it. Aaron Smith popping up to Scott Barrett. Hit hard in the tackle there from Tom Hooper. Aaron Smith wants to change direction. Papali'i goes to Mwanga. Mwanga looking for the pass. Goes himself. Slips the tackle of Alatoa. McDermott working really hard to complete the tackle though. Right up against touchline. They're going to move to the right hand side. Scott Barrett's got an inside option. Goes himself. Pick up and go from Cody Taylor. Penalty though. Tackling and they went through the hole. Yeah, so a bit of ill discipline here from the All Blacks. And Australia, now into weather a bit of a storm there. Now they can get themselves back into a better position. Well, I'm going to end the poll there. We had 661 people vote on it. So thank you everybody that did vote. Australia up the 10-meter line and do have possession. They go to the top there to Nick Frost. And Hooper uses it quickly, going to Rob Ballatini. He's got some pretty bright boots on today. Nice carry from him, though. McDermott now is going to go to the boot. McDermott lifts it high in the air. Mwanga Tuar says afterwards. And Mwanga jumps straight into him. And they're straight over trying to win that ball. But it is retained by New Zealand. Now Ethan de Groot. So I carry from him. Beauden Barrett lifting it high in the air on the right-hand side. Will Jordan's after it. It's a great take. Absolutely brilliant take that. I think it's from Andrew Kellaway. He's been very good under the high ball. Had a very good start, actually. If it is him. Yeah, it was him. And Alatoa, a bit of a run there. Good work from him. I think it could be a penalty advantage. I think it could be offside. Well, knock-on advantage. He's coming from Aaron Smith. Oh, bit of a showing go, but tie inside to Andrew Kellaway. Kellaway's got a bit of company. Oh, the one we need to ask was calling for the kick ahead. They're up to the 22 there, Australia, though. Good break, though. Carter Gordon. Frost looking for options. Goes to Angus Bell. Angus Bell's going to go himself. I'm sure it's a really good tackle, though, coming from Beauden Barrett. Corey Betty, good tackle. I mean, good hit from him. Oh, penalty this time for New Zealand. I think it's for sealing off. Going, straight off your feet at the breakdown. That's annoying from Australia. And Babala makes a very good point. We're sitting here 21 minutes in and we've yet to see a scrum. Jordy Barrett taking that pretty quickly. Does find touch, but looking to try and speed up the play here are the All Blacks. Daniel's saying Australia's having a great first 20 minutes. Wish we started like this against the All Blacks 2 weeks back. Yeah, 100%. I think it's the best Australia has looked the entire tournament, to be honest. So, yeah, it's been a very, very different start to what we saw in previous weeks. And once again, New Zealand not hanging around. They go to Rico Wani. I think it could be his first carry of the game, you know. Mwanga now to Will Jordan. Will Jordan wrapped up by Jordan Bataya. He's had to come in after the injury to Len Ikitau. Now they're going on the left-hand side. Oh, it's a good... he does well to hang on there. Just for Zal. Good hands. Mark finds a bit of space. Stops and comes again. Eventually brought down. Tom Hooper is lurking. Into the 22 go the All Blacks. This is Scott Barrett now. Now for Zal, they've got the numbers. Papali'i, it's a really good work by now. We need to ask it. Tom Hooper once again involved. Oh, they've got numbers here in New Zealand, but not a lot of space to work with. Scott Barrett's just short. They're 5 meters out. Artie Sevilla. Frizzell, Ethan de Groot, just short. Penalty advantage as well. Aaron Smith goes himself. And it's ripped away, but there was a penalty advantage. So they'll go back for the penalty. I think it's on the 5-meter line as well, so I'm sure they'll just knock it out and have a 5-meter line out. Yeah, like Aaron Smith had a penalty advantage, decided he wanted to go himself. Probably wasn't the right option, but you do have a penalty advantage, so I suppose you got a little bit of license. But here we go, All Blacks on the front foot. Australia under a lot of pressure. There's a lot of numbers there, the All Blacks, but they have a lot of space to work with. So yeah, I think just you got to use the touchline as your extra defender. They go to the front of the line to Brody Metallic. It's a pretty big early shove there from Australia, but I think they might have overcommitted on the far side there. And as soon as they can straighten this, no, very, very well defended, brilliantly defended. They've actually kind of Cortez had to use this and come off the side. Pick up and go here from Artie Severe. Australia defense under pressure. So far, it's holding firm. Metallic almost dropped it, but does manage to catch it on the ground. Frizzell popping it up to Papali'i. He's got Rico Wani with him. Will Skelton putting his big arms over that. Aaron Smith now popping up to the short side. Ethan de Groot there. Aaron Smith going to Cody Taylor. Smith, Mwanga. Big counter-attack coming from Australia. Big counter-attack coming from Australia. And Scott Barrett has to clean up. The Wallabies hanging on for dear life here. Mark Talea now in at halfback. Shannon Frizzell. They're going into their 12th phase here now in New Zealand. Cody Taylor. Ball's gone loose. No, offside. It was so poor. You just couldn't help it. Could Betty. Ball had gone loose and it was legally gone loose, but then he's sitting in a miles offside. Talea takes it quickly, goes over. Or has he? Has Tom Hooper held it up? Well, he's taken it quickly. It's either a try or it's a big stuff up. He's celebrating. He reckons he's got grounding. They want to have a check here. So also want to check if there's a clear touch when he does take the quick tap. Yeah, so you're looking at the penalty here to make sure that the tap was legitimate. So he goes to the mark, does Mark Talea. Okay, so he drops the ball forward. Yeah, but the question is that when he kicks the ball, are his hands on the ball? Because there has to be separation between the ball and the hand. When you kick the ball, your hands can't be on it. Yeah, so it's getting quite technical. So they say now the ball needs to move a notable distance for it to be. I don't think that's actually legal, to be honest. Yeah, not a tap. I think that's the right decision. That's a big moment in the game. Okay, there's a yellow card here, by the way, from Corabetti. They're saying that it's cynical. I think... No, see, I disagree that he just stops the attack. I think the ball's come out the side. I think that ball is... Scrum Australia. So this is a wild call. So Australia got the scrum. Corey Betty's gone to the bin for a penalty which was given, and then New Zealand made the stuff up, or Mark Talay made the stuff up of not tapping it correctly. So the net result is an Australia scrum, but they've also lost a man to the bin. Yeah, it is that complicated. Yeah, very, very weird. Never really seen that before. But this is our first scrum of the match, by the way, coming in the 25th minute. That's mental. 25 minutes to have a scrum. I mean, that must be a first. I don't think I've ever watched a game which has taken so long to have a first scrum. So the scrum there. They go to Carl Gordon. Takes a few steps, then launches the ball out there. It's a very, very nice clearance as well. That's all the way up towards past the 10-meter line. That's a great clearance from Carter Gordon. Really good work. I've actually been pretty impressed with him. Apart from that nervy penalty, which would have put them, a further 3 points ahead, I don't think he's made too many mistakes. Right, 26 minutes in, and New Zealand all the way back towards the halfway line. They go short of the line out. Aaron Smith fires to Richard Mwanga. He goes to Geordie Barrett, pops it up to Dalton Papali. He finds himself in the centres. Samuel Karevi trying to sort of hold him up. Smith goes to Rico Wani. Good hands to Cody Taylor. Good hands to Mwanga. Mwanga wants to go himself. Sorry, carry from him. Aaron Smith pops it up to Will Jordan. He sort of just trips just ahead of Alan Alatur. Slow at the breakdown once again. Caught at the breakdown once again. Knock on actually by Aaron Smith as well. That's really, really good work. Very rarely you're gonna catch Aaron Smith or slow on the ball. And they've caught. Oh no, it's a foot actually. It's a foot that's just come out as he's moved, and it's knocked on. And then Valentini's come through and hit Aaron Smith pretty hard as well. Yeah, actually nothing wrong with the tackle either. So it will be another scrum here. Well, we waited 25 minutes for the first scrum. We've got two in like 2 minutes. Same height, same balance is the call. But a very important passage of play here for Australia. Need to try and manage the game now with Korobeti off. If they could try and find a penalty or two, try and get the scoreboard ticking over. They've been the better side in the first half. And I don't think we've been able to say that about Australia at all this year. So it's been a good start, but they've got to try and keep up the momentum here. Right, McDermott fires it out to Karevi. Left-hand side. There's Will Jordan. He goes inside to Beauden Barrett. Beauden Barrett fires back out to Will Jordan. Good job there. He's caught on the ball. No, good hands there from Beauden Barrett. Geordie Barrett. Long pass out wide to Mark Talair. Mark Nawakanita getting across there. Stepping inside is Talair. Brought down by Pattaya. Tom Hooper is lurking. Wants to get his hands on the ball. Aaron Smith fires out quickly to Beauden Barrett. He goes short to Artie Severe. Beauden Barrett chips it to the top. Valentini's backtracking and does very well to take it, but Beauden Barrett is there. Valentini, really good work there, good awareness. Now out towards Kellaway. He goes to Karevi. He's got Jordan Batanas inside. Big hit on Scott Barrett. McDermott. Goes to Frost. Sorry, it's Jed Holloway, in fact. Yeah, you look at it. He's just a bit custom here as Nawangani Tuase. Slightly isolated there, but Tom Hooper doing well there. Pops it up. Angus Bell, full of running, but the ball's been ripped in the tackle. Goes back to Aaron Smith. Aaron Smith pops it up. Carter Gordon. So it's McDermott. 2 back to Carter Gordon. They'll go back for the first knock on. Australia were actually through, but there was a knock on obviously in the initial rip. And it'll be a New Zealand scrum. I mean, now we're saying scrums for fun. 3 scrums in 5 minutes. Mental. Yeah, Angus Bell carrying a lot. It was interesting to see when he came into the side whether what is he going to bring? Why are you not going to start James Slipper? And I think the ball carrying ability of Angus Bell is definitely something that they need to play to, and they have so far. He has carried very well. Right, so Rudy's saying go Australia. Carter Paul saying Aussies will beat them. Well, I'll tell you what, at the moment, the problem is we kind of need Australia to score another try because we need New Zealand to not get a bonus point. So Australia need to win by more than 7, and basically to win by more than 7. That's the big thing. If they win by more than 7, then the Rugby Championship is alive, and we can then go, if we beat Argentina with a bonus point later, we'll win the Rugby Championship. How cool would that be if we're running out, potentially win the Rugby Championship? Gone down. First scrum that's gone down. Dallas probably he's trying to say that Angus Bell should be penalised. Interesting battle there between Angus Bell and Tua Lomax. Pretty good scrum there from Australia. Looking for a second shove there. Aaron's been called to use it. Pops back to him. They go to Mwanga down the short side. Goes to Jordan Barrett. Jordan Bataille steps up to the challenge. It's been quite good so far, actually, Bataille. And Smith goes short to Brazil. Mwanga. Good hands to Cody Taylor. McDermott, desperate tackle. Great tackle, though, from Tate McDermott. Bowden Barrett now. Lomax. Slightly isolated. David Parecki wants to get his hands on the ball. Eventually, a couple of cleaners arrive. Aaron Smith. Shannon Frizzell goes short to Scott Barrett. Scott Barrett's up against Tom Hooper. Retallick now. Also slightly isolated. Angus Bell trying to get over that ball. Aaron Smith goes out to Cody Taylor. Quick ball here. They've got numbers here. Do New Zealand. Mark Talera up against the touch line. Is bundled out. Rob Kellaway, ladies and gentlemen. I've been very impressed with him. Who does this actually come off? Does this come off an Australian player? Is this actually a New Zealand line? If it is, it'll be a bit of a stuff up for Australia. But if it's an Australian line, that's very well defended. Yeah, we got a little aerial view of the MCG there. I mean, absolutely massive stadium, this. We'll be at British and Irish Lions test here in 2 years' time in 2025. World Cup games here in 2027. So it's a pretty impressive start here. It's a bit of a break and play. Angus Bell was achieving achievement. Yeah, so it did come off an Australian hand. So it is a New Zealand line on the 5 meters. So Australia not out of trouble yet. It was good defense, but now still under a lot of pressure here. Also down to man, if you remember. Barrett's a good take. Looking for the rolling more here. Last time Australia did defend it pretty well. This looks pretty well set from New Zealand. They're working really hard. And this is going to be a try. Has to be a try. Is a try. The pressure was there. And eventually, The Aussie defense is breached. Cody Taylor, the man who comes up with the ball. He's had a very good half as well. Actually deserves that. Yeah, and that's just what Australia didn't need. You know, they've been really solid. We're dealing with the man down pretty well as well. And then just before half time to concede is, well, not just before half time, it's still a while to go. We've got about 6 minutes to go. Yeah, to concede now, it could be a bit of a momentum shift. Right, Richie Mwanga missed his first one, so he's 0 from 1 at the moment. Could he be 0 from 2? Very unlikely with a player of his abilities from a goalkeeping perspective. Starts to, yeah, he should stay down the middle. That's much better from him. 12 points to 7. A 5-point gap does emerge for New Zealand, which means that this is going to, if the Rugby Championship is going to be kept alive for South Africa, and Australia will have to score 2 more tries at least. Remember, they have to win by 7 points to Australia. Yeah, 20 seconds left on the yellow card for Corabetti. Carter Gordon, oh, that's dreadful. That is absolutely dreadful. It's not traveled far. You can see he completely missed it as he... And that's the problem, isn't it? You know, errors now compounding errors. You know, to concede a try, okay, fine, that's one thing. You're only 5 points behind, regather, have a good kickoff, chase hard. But a big mistake there from Carter Gordon, and he's just gifted New Zealand a scrum on the 5-meter line, only on the halfway line. So it's a complete, you know, forfeit of possession and a nice potential attacking set piece. You see, he's completely, yeah, you can see how annoyed he is with himself. But Corabetti is on, so I suppose that is the only sort of silver lining in that, is that they have allowed Corabetti to get onto the park. With 4 minutes left in the first half. Australia going to score. If they can score before half time, they can actually get back into the lead. I think they'll actually have the momentum going into half time. I've been pretty impressed with what I've seen from Australia. You kind of feel that, I mean, even that try was a little bit, I wouldn't say against the run of play, but it was really good defense. And then just unlucky that the final touch came from off an Australian hand, and then New Zealand scoring off the line out. That's a much better scrum, though, for New Zealand. That's the scrum we've seen so far. It does go down. Penalty advantage as well. Odyssey pops up to Aaron Smith. Aaron Smith thought about going the one side. Goes to Mwanga. Mwanga brought down by Tate McDermott. He's been pretty impressive with defense. Good hands there from Rico Awani. Jordan Bataya. Goes into Mark Talair. Eventually brings him down. Now Brody Retallick going the direct route. I mean, when does he not? And they're going to go back for the penalty. Yeah, so I said last scrum I thought was pretty good from Australia. And Toe's down and receiving a treatment. That wouldn't be a good news. I mean, he played about 67 minutes, I think, last weekend for Australia. In fact, more. I think he played about, I think about 67, 68. Went through a big shift. Yeah, according for the stretcher, yes. This is the pressure on the scrum from Toa. So that's not what Australia would have needed at all. All of a sudden, it's going to be a much longer run out. But in terms of who's coming on, if there was someone that you wanted to come on to make a bit of an impact, he is back on the squad. He is back on the 23. The giant, the man mountain, Taniela Tupou is back on a rugby field wearing an Australian shirt. One of the most exciting players to watch on his day, because he's just an absolute man mountain with pretty quick feet, good hands as well, good skill set, 135 kgs. But he gets around the park, doesn't he, old Taniela Tupou? 27 years old. And you can see Alato in a lot of pain there. Yeah, I think I'd look at his short. I think that could be his World Cup over. I think that's what the look shows. Last couple of instructions there from James Slipper to Tanela Tupou before he comes on. James Slipper will come and join him a little bit later on in the game. Yeah, he looks close to tears. Yeah, it does. And I think a lot of that's because if this is a broken ankle or something like that, that's the. I mean, the World Cup. To be fair, it doesn't even have to be that serious. The World Cup's in like 6 weeks' time. We're talking about a World Cup being in 41 days. So any sort of injury now, that's longer than a month, and you're in big trouble. But to lose Alatoa and to get back to Tupou, I suppose not the worst circumstances. Ideally, you want to have both, don't you? You can see all the players coming across there saying, yeah, I think they're all there as well. Right, back from an Achilles injury at Tupou. Played 11 games in 2022. 72% gain line success, 14 dominant points of contact, 37 carries. He'll carry a lot tonight. And yeah, absolutely devastated look there from Alatoa. The only person that looks pretty chuffed with life or pretty chill with life is the man driving the ambulance. Tell you what, I mean, first of all, he looks about 12. Second of all, it looks like he doesn't have a worry in the world. But the big man. Let's see what he can do. Let's have some fun. Come on, Tanel, do us all a favor. We need you to operate here. Right, so it will be an All Blacks line out from the penalty. Pop it down to Aaron Smith, goes to Mark Talair. And Tanel Tupou trying to get across. Talair's still going, he's still going. He's eventually brought down by Nwangari Tuwase. Dreadful defense there. Shannon Frizzell now going himself. And I'll tell you, the only thing Australia, for me, I think Australia need to be doing actually is just to not concede for half time. Because all of a sudden, things seem to be falling apart a little bit. The All Blacks are suddenly going to look. Oh, that's a big hit there from Tanel Tupou on Scott Barrett. Pick up and go. And this is going to be held up. Yeah, it is held up. Very good work. Very, very good work from the Wallabies. They just need to survive this next 90 seconds. Get through the halftime, reset. I think Eddie Jones would be pretty happy with what he's seen. I mean, I think if they told, if you'd given him 12 points to 7 at half time, he would have probably snatched that and run. But the last sort of 10 minutes, things do seem to have sort of changed a little bit, and I think they'll need to try and sort of tighten things up a bit, and maybe a halftime reset is probably exactly what they need. Just sort of go back to basics. Remember what they were doing well, and kind of go back to that. Does saying All Blacks, Nervous Jacks saying Australia already putting up a much better fight than the old Springboks did. Okay. I mean, yeah. They are at home. This is the first time they played a decent rugby the entire year. But fair enough. Well, we need them to do a favour, so actually, all for it. All for it. Now, All Blacks still on the charge here. Rico Wani brought down by Valentini. Into the last minute, 30 seconds left. Broden Barrett goes inside. Mark Nwangari Tuwase has been pretty busy on that right-hand wing. Less than 30 seconds. Metallic goes into the 22. Aaron Smith going to Richie Mo'unga. Mo'unga going short to Scott Barrett. He bounces off a couple, eventually brought down. Frizzell goes to Geordie Barrett. Geordie Barrett going himself. I think he had a few options there. Aaron Smith back to Shannon Frizzell. Frizzell going to Scott Barrett. Parecki up to the challenge. Rico Wani. There goes the hooter. So this will be the last play. Mo'unga stepping himself. McDermott decides to take things into his own hand. I'm going to tell you what, I reckon Tim McDermott's made about 12 tackles today. Cody Taylor. Big counter coming for Australia. Ball comes loose there. Ari Severe. Aaron Smith now going into their 14th phase here. Literally, it's a game of don't blink at the moment. 16 phases. Bowden Barrett. Rob Valentini, good hit on him. Slow ball now. Pick up and go. Almost a half gap there for Corey Taylor. Brazil. Taylor now. They're trying to hold him up. Ball's available there for Aaron Smith. They're going to their 20th phase here from using 20 phases. If they don't score from here, this would be brilliant from Australia. Now, but Barrett, ball over the top to Will Jordan. Will Jordan is going to score. It's far too easy. Far too easy. 2 defenders to beat. He does beat them. Will Jordan, he is so devastating. He is such a good try scorer. He is one of the best in the world for good reason. But to have gone 20 phases, 21 phases almost there actually, and repelled them for 21 phases, to then concede like that. He's still got a lot of work to do here. Yeah, Jordan Bataille again stepped in the inside. Corey Betty had come too far inside here. Yeah, Bataille, I think, going for the ball. Had to make this hit over here on Richie Mo'unga. As soon as that ball ended over the top there, there wasn't a lot of... Yeah, Bataille going for the ball, missing out there. Corey Betty completing the tackle, but Will Jordan just right there to put it over. And a man who's got a pretty good try scoring record continues to add to his numbers. 23 matches, 23 tries. Yeah, one of the best scoring rates in World Rugby. Not as good as Curtly Aronson, but shame. Right, Richie Mo'unga, 70 points to 7. Right, so all of a sudden Australia looking at a 10-point deficit at least. They do have some players come off the bench though, like Nick White, Quade Cooper, for example. Bring on Dave Slipper, but yeah, I think 5 points they would have been happy with, and 10 points, potentially 12 points is very frustrating. And Mo'unga, that's going to straighten. Yeah, that's going to be a 12-point gap for him. So that's 19 points to 7. All of a sudden, New Zealand well on top. Australia fought bravely for a lot of the game and then just sort of switched off in the last 10 minutes. New Zealand very much putting a lot of pressure on them. But game is not over yet. However, I think from a South African perspective, that Rugby Championship looking even more unlikely than it was. People, please do not go away. We'll be back very soon. And yeah, until then, you can go have a look at... I'll play our fan forum. So that'll be happening in a little bit. But I will see you guys very, very soon. Right, and we are back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. New Zealand saved 19, Australia 7, and it's been a frustrating match because I feel like Australia were in the match for so long, and then have just sort of took the foot off the pedal, just couldn't really sort of continue that defensive effort they were showing, and conceded some tries towards the end of that half. All of a sudden, they trail by 10 points, but an early try can get things back onto the front foot for them. They have lost Alan Alato, which is a big loss, and looks like that could be quite a long-term injury. So, yeah, that's probably been the biggest sort of blow to Australia so far, more so than the scoreboard right now. A couple of big players that are still to come on for Australia, like some of Nick White, a Quay Cooper, a James Slipper, for example. Isaiah Perezi, it's interesting to see how he goes. Rob Liotta, a nice player. Richie Arnold. So there's a couple of players who can bring a bit of an impact. But they need something to go their way early on here. For South Africans, I think we pretty much have to accept that, even if Australia were to come back and snatch a victory, it's very unlikely that they'll deny New Zealand a point. Unfortunately, it's all head-to-head. So, point step is not a thing. So even if New Zealand get 8 points, they go to 10 points, we can go to a maximum of 10 points. Carter Gordon's onto the left-hand side, so he doesn't fluff another kick. And Will Jordan just calmly pops it back to Rieko Awani, puts his head down. And a solid first carry to get the second half underway. And I'm going to put up a poll in the comments, and I'm going to say, can Australia come back to win? Go and vote in the poll. Let me know what you think. They have turned the ball over here. Tate McDermott going to Karevi. Andrew Killaway. Batai puts it to the boot. Richie Mwanga, a bit of pressure there. Carter Gordon tries to put in the tackle there. He runs into McDermott and Nwanga Nituwase. And Rob Valentini comes up quickly to make a good hit on Ethan Groot. So nice solid start from Australia. And goes back to Jordy Barry. Brings out the old school torpedo. Just finds touch by the halfway line. Very, very good kick there from Jordy Barry. They do that quickly. Goes into Morokai Corbett in the midfield. Where is he going to go? He's coming on the left hand. Decides to eventually straighten. Quick ball here. Patai goes on the inside. Bell, strong carry from him. I reckon it's probably got another 10 minutes, so I reckon he can really go and empty the tank here. Now I'm going to need Tawase. Getting away from Aaron Smith, presenting it well for McDermott. McDermott looking to go himself. Wrapped up by Brody Metallic. Bench doesn't get him down. X-Bar goes to Tupou. First carry of the day. Popping up to Valentini. Valentini running into Brody Metallic, getting away from him, in fact. And eventually brought down by De Groot right by the halfway line. Go there from Tupou, makes a few yards. Metallic being battered at the moment. Now Tom Hooper. Working really hard in the tackle there. Now Corey Betty pick up and go. Corey Taylor hang on to his foot. Aaron Smith helping to complete the tackle. Slow ball here for McDermott. Pops up to Will Skelton. He goes to Angus Bell. Bell's working hard in the tackle though. Really good momentum this. Going to 12 phases here to Australia go. Karevi. So a carry from him. Betty goes himself. Penalty advantage as well. Tupou on the front foot. It's exactly the type of ball you want. It's good work there from Tate McDermott. Trying to get him over the advantage line. Carter Gordon. Pattaya looking for the cross kick from Nwanga Nituwase. It's not going to stay in. It'll go back for the penalty. Not a bad idea, to be fair. And the way that Nwanga Nituwase is playing at the moment, you wouldn't have bet against that ball just sort of sticking to his hand from somewhere and him going over. Yeah, not the worst idea from Jordan Matai. Not too much on there, so have a bit of it's worth the shot. Dear, it sounds like Alato's done his Achilles, in which case that's a long time back. He'll be back this time next year, maybe for the Rugby Championship next year. It's a long recovery for him. That's definitely his World Cup gone. They go to Prost and then front of the line to Australia. They're on the 5 metre line. Being driven back so far by New Zealand, looking to try and set up them more here. Once is the call, they're going to have to make this available to Tate McDermott. Oh dear, this is going to be turned over. They had the chance. They had to take it out. Why didn't they take it out? That's just really, really, really poor in the end. Turnover ball, very well defended by New Zealand. It could have been the perfect start for Australia. Tavallo Ederson was saying, I'm seeing a draw here, especially because the All Blacks tend to be weak in the second half. Yeah, this year, I suppose they actually have had that issue a little bit. Yeah, they kind of slacked off and then came back with fire against the Box, to be fair, but they definitely weren't as strong in the second half as they were in the first half against Argentina. They do have penalty advantage from the scrum, though. And so Jordan Barrett's going to go himself here. Tom Hooper gets across to make the tackle. And a knock on, they'll all back for the penalty, I think. Or will they? No, penalty advantage. Yeah, thank you. We saw that against South Africa and Australia. Yeah, it's good carry tackle there to get Martellier into touch. And penalty was advantage was over, so it's really good work by Australia. They'll have the line out inside the All Black territory. Good line as well. Pop straight down to McDermott. Going very flat to Carter Gordon. Goes very flat to Karevi. Gets away from one. Oh, good hands there. Nagani Tuase. Popping it back up. And Rob Valentini comes away with it. And backwards of the call. Yeah, backwards from off Tupo. Skelton, really good hands there for Valentini. And that's going to be turnover ball. Penalty, in fact. Off feet. So very good momentum this for Australia, but they've got to capitalize. Kick this to. In fact, I'd almost be tempted to take the 3 points here. It's a 12-point lead. You take the points, so you get it down to 9 points. If you get another penalty, you can get it down to 6 points. That's something you convert to try. They're going to go for the corner, which is also fine. Yeah, they can score here. You kind of feel that. Looks like a couple of replacements here. Oh, yeah, they're throwing on. So here comes. Everyone off. Right, so Parecki, I thought he was very good. Slipper comes on. Lyotta's basically the pack. All the replacements have come on for the pack here. Lyotta's on, Richie Arnold's on, Dan Slipper's on, and Jordan Ulysses is on. So here we go. So first things first, Ulysses needs to make sure he gets the line right. But James Slipper is slowly reeling in George Cregan because in the second most capped Wallaby of all time. I think he'll end up there as the most capped. I mean, he's still got some years ahead of him, but it's a good line out. I mean, he's 34 years old, Slipper. Valentini, look at that for a run. They're just short to Australia. McDermott. Fires it out towards Karevi. They're trying to recycle us, I think. And it's held up. Why did McDermott fire it out wide? Just 1 or 2 more phases, people. It's not hard. It's try line fever here. It's a great tackle. I think it's Will Jordan, Scott Barrett, and I think Dalton Papali'i gets across there to hold up Sami Karevi. But I mean, it should never have gone to him. It was a brilliant carry. I was thinking penalty advantage, actually. And they go to Tupou. Tupou, cheap as me. Look at that for a carry. Left the ball behind, though. Pops it up now. Jordan Ulese. You've got to release, ref. They've got to release it, though. Yup. I'm not convinced about that at all. Artie Severe is standing up with it. Look at him, he's to. I mean, a lot of celebrations. I don't think he ever showed daylight there. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Tanel Tupou stayed down after that collision. Yeah, so I think you actually might have timed it perfectly from Artie Severe. It's Artie Severe at his absolute best if he has. I think his timing was so good, he almost looked like he was part of the tackle. That's why I thought he was part of the tackle, but I think he's actually timed this to perfection. That's a brilliant steal. In fact, you probably won't see many better. And in terms of a clutch time to do it as well. But Tanel Tupou stayed down after that. It was a big carry from him. He's in a lot of pain here. And that, I think, could be both Australian tight heads off. So, first of all, that'll go down to uncontested scrums. Yeah, I think it almost looks like he's winded because they're not actually doing any treatment on him. It's almost like, yeah, as I said, it's almost like he's winded. They're actually not, as I said, they're not actually treating him for any, I mean, it's not anything low. So it could be a back issue. He's eventually up to his feet. But he looks in a lot of pain here. That is a huge carry. He's going to continue as Tenetu, but doesn't look particularly happy. And they don't find touch there, so Nwanguni Tuwase there throws it back inside. Now Korobeti sees a half a gap. New Zealand now all of a sudden having to do all the defense. Now this time Artie Severe is penalised, so it's another penalty for Australia. They're going to have another go here. It's very one-way traffic. So as I said, I mean, at the moment, somebody said actually in the comments, they said that New Zealand have not been good in the second half. So far, Australia have definitely been the better side. The question is, can they start converting this pressure into points? Craig Cooper's on, by the way. That's a pretty good... But Carter Gordon goes off. I don't think he was terrible. I think he had quite a few mistakes. He had a couple of nice moments. He does look like a test 10, though. I will not lie. He looks... like he's got absolutely everything. He's got, he likes to hit, put his forwards and his ball carriers in the front line. He's got a nice step about him. His kicking has looked pretty. You can see he's got a decent boot in him. A couple of changes here. So it's Cody Taylor, Brody Retallick. So Sam Whitelock will go on. Samasoni Takawawa will go on. And I believe there's a prop on as well. I don't know if it's Tuanga Fase. Nick White's on as well. So I think just Perez, who's not on for Australia, unless he also came on. Looking to try and keep a little more here. They've broken away, you have Australia. It has to be a penalty advantage for that. There's no ways that was from this. No ways, Wayne Barnes. Are you sure? They've turned it over. I'm not convinced he was in from... Yeah, I think this has been collapsed. I think it peels away. Australia's not capitalising at all. So who's at the stops here? want to see who's the man that brings it down there. I want to see what Scott Barrett's involvement is here. I think Dalton Papali'i's gone through the middle. I don't think that's an issue, but I think Scott Barrett has collapsed this from behind. I'm not convinced about that. I'd like to see another angle. But I mean, the Wallabies have parked themselves in the New Zealand 22 for 10 minutes and have come away with 0 points. Now they're going to need a massive scrum. There's a pretty big scrum, but Ollie Severe comes away with it. Sits down Nick White. Now Aaron Smith goes for the boot. Will find touch. I think it's already in touch, though. I don't think it is a New Zealand line out. It is still an Australian line out. Kellaway did drop it, but he was in touch when he did. Yeah, so he was in touch when he made, so it will still be an Australian line out. Yeah, good line out there from Australia. Flat there for Quade Cooper. Karevi caught on by Geordie Barrett. Good tackle. Nick White to Corey Beatty. Oh, it's a big hit on him coming from Takawao and Shannon Brazil. Now Slipper, his first carry of the day. Presented well for Nick White. Nick White looking for options. Gives it back inside. Tena Tupou. Looks like he's alright based on that carry. Cooper now. Kellaway. Hit hard by Scott Barrett. Richie Arnold. Corey Beatty was running a pretty aggressive line. Tupou. Oh no, he's down. Try to pass the ball there to Tupou. That's going to be his game. I think it's his back. Right, well, get ready for uncontested scrums because Tupou is not happy at all. Oh, it's a big hit coming on. I think it's that Slipper who's got involved there. The ball's popped out and then knocked forward. So I think it will be a scrum, but I think this will be uncontested. I think Tupou is done here. He tried to pass that ball and you could just see as he tried to do it, he's in so much pain. I'm trying to work out what the issue here, because it could be the commentator's saying lower back. He seems to be clutching it almost like his stomach, sort of his midriff area. Yeah, I think so. So they're saying sort of ribs is what it could be, which would make sense. As I said, it almost looked like he was winded when he went down. As I said, he was sucking in a lot of air. So surely Angus Bell can come on, yeah? I don't think he can scrum at tight head. Oh, he's still going to play. He's going to keep playing as Tupou. I don't understand how he's staying on here. Why also would you risk him? I mean, he's clearly in a lot of pain. He couldn't even pass the ball earlier. And now he's going to continue. Very, very odd. So not only is he going to continue, but it's the first thing he needs to do since choosing to continue is scrum here as Tupou. So the brave showing, but yeah, I just don't understand it. I mean, he looks like he's in large amount of pain. So how he's going to scrum, I have no idea. Pretty big scrum though from Australia. And they're going to have a reset here. Where's Tupou? How's he faring? How's he faring? Looks to be alright. He's desperate to continue, and look, you can see why. I mean, if they replace him, it's a bit of a stuff up. It's not even a bit of stuff; it's a huge stuff up if they have to replace him. So he's going to try and soldier on here, as Tupou. couple of breaks to play before we have a reset here. Right, eventually we're going to get ready to go again here. Big scrum there from Australia. Needs to come out here. Banatini's caught on the ball there and it's turned over. Got to get that ball out. Got to go get the ball out. Now Mwanga. Rikowani. First real opportunity for New Zealand to attack. No longer need to ask. He's trying to get his arms all over that though. But it is available for Aaron Smith. Literally 16 minutes. This is the first time New Zealand might be able to enter Australia's half. That's mental. Good tackle there on Roden Barrett. Rob Banatini. Ball comes a bit loose there. Will Jordan. Running into Tom Hooper. And penalty for Australia. I tell you what, New Zealand under all types of pressure. Jake Santupo really just came back from Achilles rupture. Yeah, so I mean, Achilles looks fine. I mean, he's running around when he gets the ball, but yeah, it looked like he's got a rib issue, and the fact that he's still on is yeah, pretty amazing, but also bizarre. Nah, never mind. As I said, that he's off. Angus Ball will return, but I think we'll move to uncontested scrums. I don't think Angus Ball is. No, you see, he's been there for a while. Okay, so it looks like Slipper could be moving to tight head. Looking at potential foul play here. Right, so it looks like Tupou's lost. That's dreadful. He actually, I mean, he's lost. Well, Angus Ball's come on. He's going to have to go off because Tupou has just gone into a shoulder charge into Tuangafasi. That's, yeah, not good. So, yeah, that's another. So, the other card, reversal of the penalty. I mean, really? Right, so Australia back down to 14 men. Right, so they're going to not check to see if it potentially could be a red. So it's a yellow for now, and then I think they've got like 6 or 7 minutes or whatever to decide if it's going to be upgraded to a red or for remaining yellow. Meanwhile, the All Blacks taking that opportunity to hammer the ball into touch, and all of a sudden they'll have a line inside the 22. Look, it must be said, it's been good defense from the All Blacks. And you've got a whole Angus Ball sitting in the sin bin despite having done absolutely nothing wrong. I mean, why would you make him sit in the sin bin? He's not even the guy that got yellowed, poor lad. They've gone over the top, though, to Geordie Barrett of New Zealand. Aaron Smith goes to Takawao. Lyotta's up quickly. And Tuangafasi on the ball. Now Aaron Smith going to Artie Severe. Artie Severe showing go. Now Sheriff Bizargo, nice to low. Pick up and go from Aaron Smith. Pick up and go from Aaron Smith. Ulysses eventually brings him down. They're 5 meters out here. Penalty advantage as well. They go over. I'm living. The first time The first time New Zealand get to 22 and they score. I mean, that is mental. Absolutely mental. I mean, they literally spent 18 minutes inside New Zealand territory. Couldn't get a single point. New Zealand get into the 22 once. Bang, they score. It's what makes New Zealand so good, though. It's that ruthlessness of when there's an opportunity, they'll finish it. And that's what I think Australia have lacked today. And they'll go out and they'll say, oh, we'll take the positives, But at the end of the day, could have scored 2 or 3, at least 2 tries. They actually probably could have squared up the game for the Wallabies in that 50-minute passage. Didn't do anything. And all of a sudden, Caleb Clark's come on and bundled his way over. Aaron Smith, the big... Scott Barrett telling a couple of people to shh. I think he's telling Nick White to shh as well. Right, Rishi Mwanga, 24 points to 7 is how it currently stands. Pretty difficult kick right up against the touchline. Just wants to start this on the right and kind of bring it back. Which he does, and it goes straight over the middle. I mean, that is a world-class goal kicker operating at his best in that sort of kick. 26 points to 7. This is becoming a bit of a drubbing all of a sudden. Good restart there. Now straight down the middle. Moggy to Arset. Oh, that's trying to throw in the miracle pass. Yeah, pretty poor there. So, Jordy Barrett, I think he's going off. Yeah, what's going on here? Right, we've got a debut here, by the way. A debut for Cameron Roygaard. And so now I think it's Tom Hooper's had to make way so that Angus Bell can come back on for the scrum. And a scrum penalty for New Zealand. Not exactly surprising, is it? All of a sudden, you have James Slippery's having to now operate a tight head. So it's all kind of falling apart here for Australia. Chris does say, I wouldn't be surprised if the All Blacks win the World Cup. They look to be back to their best again. So how many points would we have to score against our team today to win the championship? We can't. We can't win the championship. This is a gone, unfortunately. What we needed to do is Australia needed to beat New Zealand and deny them a bonus point, and then we needed to win with a bonus point. But as it stands, we cannot win the rugby championship. It is gone, unfortunately. Well, now Tuangafasi Roygaard going to Anton Leonard-Brown. Pretty good first touch for him. Back in the mix after serving that suspension for the red card. Now Ollie Severe. And all of a sudden, every single All Blacks player is starting to make meters. Took a while. We were going to Mwanga. One guy on the 5-meter line. Still going, in fact. Took a while. Just short. Joey Severe. 3 meters are going to the 9th place here on New Zealand. Pretty good defense so far from the Wallabies after initially a couple of breaks. Now Rico Wani. Will Jordan, ball over the top, Mark Talea, over. Easy as you like. And what was a spirited effort at one stage for Australia is now going, it's now getting ugly. Now getting truly ugly. 31 points to 7. I don't think they're going to look to slow down either. Right, so it's 50 minutes still to go. And Rich Mwanga looking to try and really sort of hit home this advantage. But yeah, I mean, Australia will look back at this game and definitely think that there were improvements in apart from it, but it becomes difficult to start taking positives out of what could potentially be quite a large defeat. Sitting at 24 odd points of advantage now at the moment. So with New Zealand looking to try and continue scoring more. You should see what Eddie Jones will say after this. But I think, again, it was a valiant effort at stages from Australia, but, just they've got to really try and find a way to start scoring more tries. They've got to be more clinical. Now Will Jordan, Scott Barrett. Oh, cheapers, what a game he's had. He's still going, Scott Barrett. And he finds the offload away to Caleb Clark. Caleb Clark, a bit of green grass ahead of him, back inside. To Anton Leonard Brown. Craig Cooper and Nick White eventually bring him down, but they're back to within 10 meters of the line. Rory God sends it wide. It's behind Awani. He needs to go and clean up. He throws a long pass out to Mark Talea. Oh, goodness me. He's showing Kumar Betty. Inside ball. Rico Awani. The All Blacks at their best. Australia at their worst. And this could get very ugly very quickly. Very, very quickly. This is going to become a bit of a runaway all of a sudden. It's fair to say the way All Blacks have been playing the open against France might be the best pool game in World Cup history. I'm saying such a shame for Australia. They were much better side for most of the first half. Having 2 tight ends going down the same game is terrible luck. And now the All Blacks are running away with it. Yeah, I just think, you look back at those three lineouts that they had on the 5-meter line early on in that second half and not managing to find a try or even points from any of them. And then now this is just becoming a bit childish, to be honest. Yeah, man down. 2 yellow card. This has been an issue for Australia. The Corbett's been absolutely sat down here by Mark Talea, by the way. Bang. Little goose step there. Back into Rico Wani, and yeah, it's very, very easy. Good long pass out by Rico Wani. Bang. Yeah, the step from Talea just absolutely dusting America Corbetti. Oh dear. Uchimwanga now. He's missed 2 so far tonight. Scott Barrett's been absolutely tremendous. I mean, you have to be pretty good form to be benching Sam Whitelock, and there's no ways you can leave Scott Barrett out of the side at the moment. Absolutely no ways. They're saying it's late enough for the Aussies for the 18 minutes. New Zealand held them out right off half time, and now New Zealand just running rampant. Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest thing, is to be the fact that New Zealand defended so well, but that period for half time and this last 10-minute period now have just been chalk and cheese, really. And that early defensive effort from Australia, which was pretty impressive. You can see he's catching up to them now. And this is where New Zealand can really start to put the hammer down because tired bodies, they're back to a full contingent now, so I'm going to move that yellow card. But they're going to keep the ball alive as much as possible here, New Zealand. Will Jordan trying to get ahead. Looks like he's gone back to full back as Will Jordan because we've got Caleb Clark on and Moxley still on. So I think Will Jordan has moved back into full back, which a lot of people are saying is his best. Well, I think it is his best position. But I mean, that whole Barrett Moanga access for me, I think is really cool. So I'm not surprised that Will Jordan's having to do the job in the wing. But a bit of an overlap here. Liotta comes inside. Australia now looking to hit back there. Angus Bell having to put in a big shift tonight. Craig Cooper goes pretty flat to Slipper, pops it up to Kellaway. Kellaway to the half gap, almost loose, quickly closed, and Scott Barrett still working really hard in defense and getting up to put in the counter ruck. His work rate's been absolutely tremendous. Cooper, I think Scott Barrett doesn't get man of the match. He's been absolutely robbed. Nick White fires it out towards. Oh, you're actually. Oh, he's a little gap here. Goes Angus Bell. Look at the pace. Look at the pace. He's just short. Needs options. Tom Hooper pops it up. Kellaway. What a break that from Angus Bell. Nick White. I mean, just so completely stagnant. I mean, what are you doing, mate? Craig Cooper firing it out to Corey Beatty. Corey Beatty. The cross kick was kicked past me to Valentini. Presents it. Corey Beatty's scrum off once again. And then Nick White eventually rises the scrum off. Craig Cooper looking for options. Going to Perezi. Good tackle there from Talea, but ball is available here. Richie Arnold desperately managed to hang on. Ball comes loose and it's knocked on by Craig Cooper. Cam Roygard is retreating. Goes to that left boot of his, and all he's going to do is try and find touch. Which he won't actually. The ball will stay in, so no one can need to ask. He needs to come all the way back and start again. He's going to run it himself. You just know what's he going to be able to do here. Oh, that's brilliantly done. Really good footwork now. Liotta, Valentini right up against touchline. Desperately trying to stay in. He's done very well to stay in, it must be said. Nick White. Craig Cooper going short to Richie Arnold. Both teams looking absolutely dead on their feet at the moment. Now Nick White looking for options. Good hands. And that's Stone on the ground. Really good work as well. Turnover ball here. Falls to Tungafasi. Now Rico Wani. Goes to Will Jordan. Will Jordan goes to Mark Talea. Has he got the pace? Corey Betty reels him in. That's a really good tackle. Corey Betty trying to get that ball as well. Surely that'll be a penalty. Is a penalty. Really good work there from Morica. Corey Betty. He wasn't going to get beaten twice, was he? I think he took that personally the last time. Yeah, and the Wallabies are absolutely dead on their feet. You can just see it, how much this game has taken out of them. Eddie Jones not looking impressed. We're very interested to see what he has to say after this game. What that post-match press conference will entail. Nick White fumbling it a bit there. Quarters backwards. And you have to go himself here. And I think the good news for New Zealand is I don't think they need to worry too much about the economy, which is what Eddie Jones was suggesting. That when Australia beat them, the economy to take a bit of a knock. Slipper loses the ball, but apparently backwards. Nick White under a lot of pressure. Career to nobody. On the bounce, though. to Frost. Nick White, another bad pass to Karevi. It's really sloppy all of a sudden now from the Wallabies. And Nick Frost has his ears open up there. Craig Cooper under a bit of pressure. Looking for options. Decides to chip over the top. Oh, he does. It falls to Kellaway. Kellaway needs options. And he loses it just in front of Will Jordan, who pops it up to Artie Severe. He tries it like his trademark dummy. Mwanga now, chip and chase. It's gone pretty far though. He's after it. Corbetti's after it as well. Mwanga's picked it up though. Oh my goodness, and he's gone over. I think Corbetti will say he's pushed, but this is getting childish now. He had absolutely no right to score that. How has he scored that? I mean, this is a massive step up. Yeah, push, I think, is the call. No try, yeah, that's what I said. I think that's what it's going to argue a lot. That Corbetti was pushed off the ball there, which is why it's why he overshot him. Mwanga managed to grab it. Yeah, just pushing him off the ball there. It's a pretty easy call to make. I think Frost is going to need to have some attention there with all that blood on the left-hand side of his face. Cooper's going to look for touch here. 6 minutes to go. The only thing that the Wallabies can do right here is try and find a consolation try. Karevi in the midfield there on the 22-year Australia. Nick White going inside to Angus Bell, looking for another big... He's still going at Angus Bell. Probably been one of the best ball carriers of the game, actually. Not even just for Australia. Cooper showing goes himself. Nick White going to Karevi. Karevi going to Richie Arnold, looking for that offload, but the ball's coming loose. Turnover ball here. Awani throws a long pass out to Mwanga. He spots a bit of space down the left-hand side. Whitelock. Oh, sorry, Scott Barrett. Caleb Clark. Little Lala there. Very good. Good defense here from Australia. Whitelock inside ball to Artie Severe. Artie Severe slips one tackle, eventually brought down by Bell. We got not too many options, goes himself. A little bit isolated. So Rob Liott's trying to get over. Pick up and go. New Zealand, good progress there. Now we got flat from Mwanga to Tuunga Farsi. Rico Wani. Whitelock. We got to Mwanga. Takawao. Going into 14th phase. Yeah, I mean, the amount of tackles Australia will be interesting to see when we look at the stats, how many tackles Australia have had to make. Not too much on. So Mwanga just chips over the top, and Corabetti is backtracking. Shifted inside to Rob Kellaway. He goes to the boots. Won't find touch. Will Jordan goes inside to Caleb Clark. Caleb Clark's going to look to run this. There's a long pass out to Dalton Papali'i. No one going to need to ask. He's getting across there. Slips the tackle of him though. Craig Cooper does complete it. We've got seen a bit of space. Good work here. Now Will Jordan will cross kick. Thank you. Lala this time. We got to Mwanga. Will Jordan. We go on. He puts the kick in behind. There's a long pass to play here. Yeah, turnover ball here. Australia do have it. Oh, it's a dreadful pass to Karevi. Putting him under a lot of pressure here. Manages to get away from the one and eventually manages to find the kick. It's not going to be a great one, I don't think. He's pretty good under pressure. And I think New Zealand will be quite happy just to take it and restart on the 22. It's all kind of sort of disintegrated here, the quality of rugby. All right, 90 seconds left. And I suppose it's time interesting to sort of see exactly, as I said, what Eddie Jones will say, what the sort of takeaways will be about this game. I think the big thing is that Australia defensively were much better for the early parts of the game. I think that they completely burnt themselves out. They have now, I mean, they look absolutely dead on their feet. But there were a couple of positives. I think the way they wanted to play, you start to see a little bit of that. So I think it's the first sort of game where they've sort of shown a bit more intent. And they looked a bit more structured. But at the end of the day, they kind of blew their stream pretty early, and yeah, couldn't hang on. Right, New Zealand go over the top once again. Looking for another try. Looking to try and break that 40-point margin. We got going to Lualala. Now Will Jordan at first receiver. Will Jordan sniping. Lyotta trying to get his hands on the ball and does win a penalty. Good work there from the big replacement forward. Alright, 30 seconds left. Australia have got a line out just before the 10-meter line. As I said, we're looking for consolation try. The game is gone, and yeah, not been a day to remember so far for Eddie Jones and his team. Lots to work on. Tom Hooper, Nick White to Karevi. Peresi, good carry from them. The Hooch does go to be the last player. Let's change the direction here. Craig Cooper wants to go himself. Now Nick White to Tom Hooper. Makes a yard or two. What goes to Bell once again. Bell once again. He's still going. He's been absolutely relentless today. White going to Richie Arnold and a penalty for obstruction. With the dummy runner, and I think we'll be interested to see if New Zealand will want another one, or they just take it and just tap it and put it into the corner, or will they look for another try? Right, there we go. The Bledisloe Cup stays with New Zealand. Australia were good for parts of the game, but were absolutely blown away towards the end of it. At the end, it does end 38 points to 7. Dominant performance from the All Black side, who do look like they're back to their best. People, thank you very much for joining me. We will see you guys a bit later for the Springboks versus Argentina. Coverage on that starts in exactly 2 hours' time. The stream is live, so you'll be redirected there. I'll catch all of you guys on that side. Until then, please do smash like.